But have you ever for once thought about the many changes they've imposed on society? Take this opportunity. Hello and welcome to Reflo's TV. It's yet another exciting episode right here on this platform, and we're here once again to do this with you. But do not forget that this video has been sponsored by Reflo Sanitary Pads. Your well-being has always been our number one priority because you deserve the best. So my dear lady, go out there and get one of our products for yourself. And if you're a heavy flowing lady, this is good news for you. We have a specially tailored product for you in that time of the month, extra wide, extra soft, extra long, to hold you. Look no further, Reflo Sanitary Pads is your number one choice. So today we are looking at gender roles in marriage. Gender roles in marriage. And you may be asking yourself what gender roles are all about. And you know, society has expectations of males and females. I mean, these are the basic sexes that we know about. And I want to say that there are basically various expectations that people have of males and females. And it's sort of a conceptualization of masculinity and femininity in society. So you're looking at what does society basically look out for when you are a man? What does society look out for when you are a woman? And in the context of marriage, what does society expect of husbands? What does society expect of wives? So this is what we are looking at today and we're talking about today. Now, I want to say that when we talk about gender roles in marriage, I believe that basically they are influenced by two main factors. I want us to look at the culture of a person, the cultural background of someone, and their religious background. So by culture, we're looking at what ethnic group does one belong to generally, what race does one belong to generally, what tradition, the origin of a person, what do they basically believe in. And we're looking at the religious aspect, the faith that people believe in, they belong to, they subscribe to. I believe that these are two basic pillars that affect how people view husbands and wives and what roles are expected of them. So when we look around, generally, I believe that many traditions, when it comes to their culture, they look at men as figures of provision. So the man is the one that is looked up to when it comes to providing for the home, when it comes to protecting the family, the person who goes out there to put things together and, you know, provide to the home generally. In so many traditions, this is how the man is looked at. We look at the woman mostly as a home care person, somebody who takes care of the home, a caregiver, somebody who is in charge of cooking, cleaning, putting the house in order. Specifically, someone who is seeing to it that domestically everything is in place. So we normally domesticate the woman when it comes to a lot of traditions around us. For most religions I know of, I'm talking about Christianity, I'm talking about Islam, the dominant religions here, the man is often viewed as the head of the family, the one who is expected to lead. The woman, on the other hand, is expected to submit. So the man seen as the leading figure and the woman seen as the submitting figure. Now, for many people, when it comes to this very subject of gender roles, they really hammer on this aspect of leading and submitting. And I'm talking mostly about Christians. They quote a lot of scriptural references. Now, most of them refer to Paul's letter to Ephesians chapter 5 that talked about the fact that women are supposed to submit and the men, supposed to love their wives. Before we get into those details, one thing I want to say is that the point of view I want to come from today is that irrespective of the expectations that are had of men and women in marriages, both on the traditional side and on the religious side, one thing I want to say is that nothing is permanent. And this is the mindset that I want us to, look at this topic with. I have not come here today to defy what your culture thinks, what your tradition thinks, what your religion thinks, nothing. What I have come to do is that I want us to look at marriage as a teamwork. I want us to look at marriage with a mindset of complementing our partner, because I believe that each of the parties to marriage comes with, something unique. And the essence of marriage is that a man comes with what he has, a woman comes with what she has. They both come together and they make a happy home. They both come together and they produce, good results. What is the essence of, having well cut and defined roles for men and women, which will not be able to be applied to every home? And then it brings about a lot of confusion. So this is what I want us to dwell on today. God created man and woman, in his own image and likeness. There was nowhere that he stated that one was higher than the other. The fact that he tells you are the head of the home, you're the leader of the home, you're supposed to submit, you're supposed to lead, and the woman is supposed to submit, does not mean that you look down on the woman, or the woman is subsidiary, or the woman is subservient to you, or whatever people think or explain when they talk about these leading and submitting stuff. People talk about the Apostle Paul's letter to the Ephesians, and they say, women of today, the Bible says you're supposed to respect your husbands. Don't you understand it? And the people base on these submissions and do all sorts of things in the names of being the head and women having to submit. No. The Apostle Paul most importantly places emphasis on both partners submitting to each other. Before he talked about women submitting, he says the couple must submit themselves to each other out of reverence for Christ. And so if you revere Christ, then you understand that in the marriage, it is a sacrificial offer that you are giving to your wife and your wife given to you, irrespective of the clear-cut lines that have been highlighted over there, that the man is the leader and the woman is a submitting element. What am I talking about? We should not attach ourselves so much to these things, and in the name of these things, do certain things that contradict the leadership and the submission.
Probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. This is Reflo's Womanist.
Greetings, it's Reflo's Woman here. So today I am in Medina Market. I have 300 CDs upon me and I'm going to do a little bit of shopping. Yes, watch me 300 CDs. I want to see what I can buy in the market for this. Yes, I want to get some fruit and vegetables and everything there. But first, let me get me a little shopping bag. And then I'm going to go on my lovely experience of shopping in a Medina market in Accra, Ghana. So follow me. Wonderful. Yes, hello. Tomatoes, SF. But I see my sister Queen. Yes, I stay favored by the Most High. All right. Yeah. How much are the onions, darling? 20 and 20. That's expensive, I think. I'm sure I just had 20. That's fine. No, I don't like the look of them, to be honest. I don't like the look of them. Okay, you know what you can do? You know what you can mix some garden eggs and give me a few pepper, but I don't like too much pepper.
You want the eggs and eggs? 2 of them eggs and eggs.
Thank you. It's good. Put it on there. How much are your mangoes there? 10. Let me have some 10. 10 is good. Well, I've just bought some beautiful mangoes for 10 CDs in Medina Market. Oh God, and them smell so good and nice. Thank you, young man. I'm already in here. I don't eat fish. It's nice. Nice. I don't eat fish though. I eat. So is it just one parcel for 10 or 2? Oh, is it? Oh, my sister. I'll see you again. Thank you, my sisters. Let's go. Bye. With my people, it's blessing. Okay, you go. Thank you, my daddy. I'm just gonna get some tomato paste just there. Thank you. Whoa, whoa. Seen this before, live little crab.
It's so nice. You can buy some.
No, sir. I don't know how to cook that. You're something there. No. But I'll take your word for it, though. And you sell them alive?
Yes, it's alive.
As I said, Reflo's Womanist. I'm spending the morning doing my shopping in Medina Market, Accra, Ghana. And there it is, some live crab. Looks good, but I'm going to leave them alive. I'm not going to buy them today. But thank you. Let's go. Come back. I said?
75.
2, but is that 10? Thank you, my sister. Oh, this is spring onions here. Let's have some of that. Okay. Oh no, give me 3 so that I can thank you so much for helping me with all of this. So tell me how much, you understand how much me give you, how much CDs me I give you for carrying? Huh? Yes? Oh, I'm very grateful, Mother say, bye. So I have 20 CDs left, I think, from my 300. Yeah, I have 20 CDs left, so I'm gonna go and do a little bit of charity, I think. Give some of the little children as it's festive time, you know? But I've spent 200 odd CDs here in Medina Market. I've brought my veg, tomatoes, onion, garlic, my fruit, pineapple, mangoes, okra. I've done really, really well. There's no way I could get all this amount of food in the UK for about 20 pounds. No, it wouldn't stretch that far. And the same way I couldn't spend and get all this food in Barbados either. So what am I saying? I'm saying come to Medina Market and get all your fresh fruit and your vegetables. Yes, Ubuntu, I am because we are. Reflo's woman is here.
I just want to say big up to everybody who made it for the first edition, you know. I want to tell you one thing, it's not easy starting anything in this life. Never easy, and this is the first edition of the Ghana Niger Food Festival. And believe you me, I've always been a part of the beginning of everything. Guess what? Because it had to start on a good spirit, it has to start on a good foundation, it has to start with reputable people so that it can continue to grow and grow and grow and get better. And I want all of you over here to know that you have been and are a part of this initiative that's going to be here to serve Ghanaians, bring this type of economic empowering situation to us as a people. And the second edition is going to be bigger, it's going to be bigger, it's going to be better, it's going to be greater, it's going to be mightier. Aname Buana. Aname Buana. So I want all of you to be proud of yourself that you made it. God bless you so much. And I'll always remember that I was the first to make sure that I headlined this one.
Back it up and make me back it up. Give me the lollipop. Me had it up, come like lollipop. Me had it up, come like lollipop. Yeah, bad but them no. Me a lion and when me roll. I think me come for sure. Shut up, me she never come for sure. Daddy yo, spend the money. Daddy yo, spend the money yo. Daddy yo, spend the money.
What a man can do, same thing woman can do. Boy, don't bend these rules. Me give you everything where you wouldn't need. Now of gold change and shoes, me soon forget. Say I had to pay every bill.
Yeah. You already know. I mean, you already know. I mean, yeah. Who said them? I said them are the governor. That me never hear. One day, well, it's a baby show. Take them, they come back another year. Sure. I mean it, I feel safe. You gonna drop some eats money from here now. So about that thing otherwise, I dance hard, give me the dance hard. Yo, me don't give a fuck with some boy one time. Me don't say them I send now will leave for attack. Just like you now man being today. Guide me the back over Lord. How we energy high and so really potent. Still a little now. Everything and the rest of them are la. Yes, them muffin what me got the thing. No man I will feel like a second. Them man know them man I get anointing. Me not afraid of them. Dance them I guess I was at them. Them man say me not you know them a badness. Them man no believe in Thomas and Judas. It's back shut up in the blood of Jesus. Look, them no say man a healer. What's up on them? Bim yes and man a prince ya. Them no say man a real
a boss, you are the king kid. Anybody violate, I go sing sick and looking at me face and telling me you want to think. Say me can live with the records, so me can live with the things. Chocolate is a part of fabulous. Vogal best over that kill sin. Be rocking man not the next thing. So now boy could that's the one. Cha. Them love all of me songs and me melody. They will laugh and them about me back with them and they just say serious every day. I wanna come at the end. Anybody try? Independence and me women is higher, so many potent over. Gidigba, number fan, number naughty digba. Yeah, be more hakitika, men up the other dog, happy digba.
Because you're some alien bone, I'm in Tibida. Stop where I'm at, and the click.
This is a text message, so me not come and I give you like a message. So everybody want receive you like a inbox. As I me come like a dinner, me a starving. You know, say me a come and check this one right here for me. What? Every day you hear they get a you, them a barn. Father, them a lick a picking. They don't know say one boy mean, two boy we are gone harder. One day, you see the time we come from. Tell us we bad,
no, tell them so we bad. Me a big conchel, very too hard.
Tell us we bad. A time we come from. Tell us we bad.
Tell them so we bad. I be one God, me coulda never be two God.
Time. Only me ever dad, I know my name, but I billion.
Into the future with you. I'm not gonna leave you at the end of the road. Give me your love and you know it's safe. Baby, never listen to what them say. Into the future with you. I'm not gonna leave you at the end of the road. Give me your love and you know it's safe. Baby, never listen to what them say.
Are you ready to spend your money?
Back it up and make me back it up. Oh. Give me the lollipop. Me had it up, I'm like Alipopo. Yeah, bad but them no. Me a liar, that's when me roll. And this me come for sure. She tell me she never come for sure. Daddy yo, spend the money. Daddy yo, spend the money yo. Daddy yo, spend the money. Daddy yo, spend the money yo. Daddy yo. 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 Where the money yo? My baby, I like oh. Pressure never fi catch me, no be this time oh. I be your mama and you be my daddy. I be one girl where you never know about me. You for know me, I know the job. We are the best team, lolo for the road. Be your mama and you be my daddy. I be one girl where you never know about me. You for know me, I know the job. We are the best team, lolo for the road. Mala, oh la la.
What a man can do, same thing woman can do. Boy, don't bend these rules. Me give you everything where you wouldn't need. Now of gold change and shoes, me soon forget. Say I had to pay every bill.
Hustle. Did it hustle?
Are you having problems sleeping?
Do you suffer from anxiety and stress?
Whether you need to meditate or simply fall asleep,
tune in to Reflo's TV on YouTube for 8 hours every night for peaceful, uninterrupted sounds and melodies that will calm your nerves.
Let us take you to a tranquil place of peace at Reflo's TV every single night.
Reflo's TV.
Inspire your life. Elevate your mind.
girls, and we're obviously, looking for more support to do more. We'd like to do more, 2,000, 3,000 girls, to empower the ladies, the young girls in Ghana. It's amazing, honestly, when you see these young girls who cannot go to school because they cannot afford sanitary pads, and you see how their eyes light up, and they're able to go to school. I mean, they're able to have equal footing with the boys and give themselves an amazing future, just an equal opportunities for themselves for the future.
Election is out.
Ooh.
Politicians are
Don't let me go there. Don't let me go there.
What promises are you expecting from the politicians with regards to girls' issues?
I'm hoping that at the very least, when it comes to period poverty is something that is very, very important to us all here at Reflows. And I want them to actually take a look at the fact that there are young girls, whether in impoverished areas or even just everywhere in Ghana, who cannot afford to buy sanitary pads. And it's a basic need that all girls need. And I think if they can at least look at that side of things and make sure that we can give affordable sanitary pads to these young girls, it will make a huge impact in their lives, in their education, in their futures. We have future leaders who are women, but they're possibly not getting the chance that they need because they cannot go to school, because they cannot afford sanitary pads. It's unbelievable, and I think that it's something that should be of high priority when it comes to our women in Ghana.
Your full name again?
Rebecca Osan.
And you are
I'm the CEO of Reflo Company Limited.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
There are wounds that never show on the body. You have to grab for yourself. The sanitary pad is FDA approved. It is comfortable. It is affordable. It comes with free wipe, that's wet wipe, and also free 3 panty liners. Reflows sanitary company pet. Okay, so guys, today we're talking about overcoming trauma. And I want you to know that the first choice, or the choices you actually make, can actually lead you to traumatic situations. Now let's talk about this a friend went through. So I have this beautiful friend of mine that went through this heartbreak, like she got heartbroken and she turned to food. I'm like, girl, food, eating food, keeping yourself isolated and just eating, it would only bring you more problems, because you end up gaining weight and now you start thinking about what to do to lose weight. Sweetheart, if he has broken your heart, step out there. Wear something sexy, put on your heels, put on some makeup. I like red lipstick because it brings out the boldness in you. You bad, right? Yes. Put on that bold red lipstick and step out there. Yes, that is a very beautiful way to overcome trauma. You don't need to turn to alcohol or drugs, sweetheart. All these things can lead you to traumatic situations. I have this friend that he feels like whenever he takes weed, it makes him feel okay. He's able to like face whatever problem that comes with this world. My dear, you better start, I've always advised him that thing actually is just a mindset. You can always put your mind to something and have it work. The same way you put your mind on the fact that alcohol does this for me, alcohol will make me feel this way, alcohol will heal me, alcohol will make me feel satisfied or make me forget the pain I'm going through. Sweetheart, would only give you more stress. It would only give you more problems. You don't lean on these things when you have a problem or when you're overcoming or trying to get over something. The best thing you need to do is to see a therapist. Yes, a problem shared is half solved. When you talk to somebody, it might not necessarily be a therapist, but talk to somebody that is older than you, someone that has seen the world, someone that has experienced something that you haven't. I'm not saying wisdom means gray hair, but you need to know that there are kind of people you need to talk to when you are trying to overcome something. And I believe a therapist is the best for you. Personally, I spoke to a therapist when I knew that I really was going far with how I was partying and all those stuff. And I got it under control. I party, yes, but I party when I feel like it. I'm not addicted to partying. I don't take drinks. I mean, I'm not addicted to them. I do take them, but I'm not addicted to these things. Also, you need to be careful of the toxic friends you have around you. Sweetheart, so a Bobby Bekawa, no if you want to me. You need to be very careful the people you entertain. These people will show you teeth, but deep down, you have no idea. So keep these people aside. When you're making friends, know the kind of friends you're making. Identify the real ones from the snakes. Yeah, it is very important. Now, the most important thing about overcoming trauma, keep yourself busy. Baby girl, you don't have to break the bank to learn how to do certain things. Now, with social media, you can do everything and anything at any time, right on your phone, as long as you have data. You can learn how to become a makeup artist, you can learn paper craft, do your decor, and so on and so forth. Yes, baby, keep yourself busy. That is what you do when you're overcoming trauma. Honey, try as much as possible to also fake it till you make it. We're all fake it till we make it. Who is watching who? We're not watching anybody. If somebody is watching you, allow the person to live in that world. Do you fake it and make it? Everybody is faking it. Like, if you want to be the only person living in the real world, then sorry for you, baby. You're lost. Find a route, find a path, and take it. That is what I have listed for you. So guys, that is how and the steps actually to overcome trauma. I want to let you know that you've got this, girl. You go, girl, because you are magical. Reflo sanitary pad is on the market as usual. I am expecting you to run as fast as you can and grab it. For bulk purchase, you can contact us on 05511 11169. Also, we're located at Medina Social Welfare. Yeah? So meet us there for your bulk purchases. Guys, you go, girl, because you are magical. I love you.
I believe every girl deserves the chance to dream, to learn and to thrive, no matter where they come from. My name is Rebecca Osan, and I'm the CEO of Reflo Company Limited. And I've dedicated my life to empowering young women and creating opportunities for them to succeed. Through Reflo Company Limited, we've been able to donate to thousands of girls in deprived communities. These donations go beyond providing basic necessities. They keep these girls in school, where they belong, and give them the confidence to focus on their education. Education is the foundation for change, and I've had the privilege of sharing this message across universities in Ghana. From the University of Ghana to Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, University of Cape Coast, University of Media, Arts and Communication, and many others. I've spoken to thousands of young minds about embracing their uniqueness and rising above challenges. My passion for empowering women stems from a deep belief that every young girl has the potential to achieve greatness when given the right support and encouragement. My journey is dedicated to building that support system and making a difference in their lives. This is more than a mission for me. It's a calling. Together, we can create a world where every girl feels valued, supported, and ready to take on the future. I am Rebecca Osan, and I'm here to empower dreams, transform lives, and build a future where every young woman has the chance to shine.
Abosomake Chelsea, in Temye, Brebron Suye. The chameleon claims that to be fast is good and to be slow is also good. This implies that whatever that you go through in life, being a good or bad, is good. Mpegi, epekaya mutio. Let's talk about something very interesting. Let's talk about trauma and overcoming it. This is a topic that people shy away from. And when you want to discuss it, there's a whole bunch of arguments. Trauma is an experience that, if it doesn't kill you, fundamentally is a lesson for me and for other people. When you say this, people would argue with you. But that's the truth. Something as trivial as shouting on someone can even be a traumatic experience for somebody. But there are so many other types of trauma, like rape, physical bullying, verbal bullying, medical trauma, and so many others. For me, I experienced a severe trauma when I was in school. I went through severe bullying. What could be worse than this? But fundamentally, it was a lesson for me. But during those times, my grades dropped. My confidence was lost. I mean, I was bent on even leaving school because of this experience I was having. My parents were disappointed in me. So many other things happened. What could be worse than this experience? But you know what? After some time, I accepted that something you can't change, you can't do anything about it. You just let it be. And I started working on growing out of the trauma. So I would like to recommend these strategies that I used in overcoming my trauma. First is to seek counseling. You need counseling from somebody, your teacher, your parent, your pastor, any leader, anybody you look up to who can be very confidential with your experiences or whatever conversation that you build with them. You can seek that counseling from those people. The next thing is to also exercise. When your body is inactive, you activate it by exercising, swimming, jogging, and other factors, which is healthy for the body. Again, if you feel very low, you can just probably journal. Put your thoughts on paper or in the book, in your laptop, in your notes. Today, modernization. For African people like myself, we would like the books. But for you, if you're good with the notepad, the phones, the laptops, just journal something. Talk about what you feel. Talk about something you want to do in the future. Talk about some experiences that you want to share with people. I mean, that can fundamentally help you overcome something. The next thing is also to find something you can do. If it's schooling, you want to try it. After all, there's no end to education. And education, they say, is empowerment. So you can educate yourself more. You have a master's, go for PhD. You have a degree, go for master's. You're an SHS graduate, go for a degree, try it. You can also try something vocational, like cooking, hairdressing, nails, makeup, artwork, crafting. Do something. And I can assure you, these are some of the steps that will help you overcome. The most of it for me, as a religious person and a cultural person, is that I pray. I pray to my maker. But I won't say you need to pray if you don't have a religious background like I have. All you can do is lean into where your spirit lies. Who do you pray to? You pray to that person for help, for assistance, for the ability to overcome, to build hope. And I'm sure it will help some way, somehow. The last thing is that never isolate yourself. If you feel you are in a deep darkness, you're sinking, don't isolate yourself. Have fun, but be cautious. Not the other fun that is harmful to your body or to your spirit or to the people around you. Have fun. Do something fun with your life. Never isolate. Have conversation with people. Engage in people. I mean, there's always a first time to talk to someone. You can find a stranger. Have a conversation with them. And my last final point I want to discuss is that if you know you're a bully, know that your mark you're leaving on other people could cost them their life. Because trauma can lead to suicidal thoughts. So if you're bullying somebody, you feel that's okay. I'm just doing it to hurt their feelings. But you know what the implications on them? It can cost them their life, their sanity, so many others. It can cost them their future. So if you're a bully, try every time you want to go to the receiving end to hurt someone's feelings. First of all, think about it. How's the person taking it? Is it beneficial?
Are you having problems sleeping?
Do you suffer from anxiety and stress?
Whether you need to meditate or simply fall asleep,
Tune in to Reflo's TV on YouTube for 8 hours every night for peaceful, uninterrupted sounds and melodies that will calm your nerves.
let us take you to a tranquil place of peace at Reflo's TV every single night
Reflows TV.
Inspire your life. Elevate your mind.
A lot of us in this journey called life are going to have this experience. Hello there and welcome to Reflows TV. It's your girl, Reflows Church Girl, and it's another exciting and educational content being produced from our quarters. But do not forget that this video is powered by Reflows Sanitary Pads. Your well-being is our number one priority because you deserve the best. And do not forget to patronize us by buying our sanitary pads that have been made with quality and affordability as marks that we cannot go by. And for my ladies out there, we have a new product on board. For those of you who are heavy flowing, extra long, extra wide, extra thick to hold you in the time of the month. And don't forget that there is dignity in doing it right. So today we're talking about trauma and how we can manage it from our sides. And I want to say that a lot of people may have gone through this experience, or in their lifetime are going to go through this experience that we're talking about. That's trauma. And I'm going to share with you a personal experience and how I dealt with it from my side. So, a relative of mine put me through something, and this is something that I don't really like to talk about. Though I have overcome it, sometimes when I talk about it, it comes with a lot of emotions. This very close relative of mine, we belong to a certain group in a certain space, and she decided to intentionally, and I would say intentionally, tarnish my image to the very people that we were relating to in that space. What confuses me about this thing is that from the accounts I learned about, this was something this person did continuously, consistently, and it was something she was doing back to back, and it took only an event for me to come to terms with the level of damage she had done to me. And thankfully, time saved me, and it happened that these people got to understand that all these accounts were not true. I could not wrap my head around why a very close person, like a relative, would sit down and manufacture accounts that were not true about me, all because she wanted to tarnish my image in the eyes of these people and win their favor. This was something that kept me thinking for months. I was very distressed. I was very heartbroken. And especially for the fact that when I heard this account, at the time, we were experiencing something in our space that I could not have confronted this person on. And so I had to resort to silence and quietness. I could not have faced this person at that time. I needed to defer whatever confrontation I needed to do or I wanted to do to a later age. And ask me what I went through. It was really bad. I would wake up in the morning, and if I begin to pray, I'm unable to pray. I had this running through my mind. I kept asking myself, what have I done to deserve this? What have I done to this person to deserve this kind of hatred? Have I been living with this kind of hatred for all of these years? Why would this person even go and say something that is not true about me? So how about if these people had not told me, and these are the people I've heard this thing from? What about those I have not heard? How am I even going to answer to them? So these were the things that kept running through my mind day in, day out, not being able to pray, not being able to think straight, and not being able to confront this person. It took a toll on me, a huge toll, I tell you. And it got to a point I needed to let it out to a trusted person. I am not someone who really speaks to anybody at all. So I really had to take time to think through who I wanted to speak to, who I wanted to share this with. And I shared this to this person. This person, I remember something the person told me that, you know, you cannot always control what people do to you. The only thing that you can control is how you react towards whatever they have done to you. And so for me and for this situation that I've just spoken about, given the fact that I could not talk about it or face or confront the person at the time because of what was happening within our space, I had to choose another alternative. And the person said it was either I was going to defer it to a later stage before I talked about it, or I was going to look past it and never talk about it and forgive the person. And it was good because after I had shared the story, I felt the burden had been lightened. And, you know, as they say, a problem shared is half solved. So this was the reality to me, or what happened as and when I spoke to the person, or I was able to let everything out to the person. What does this tell you? You know, every one of us will go through their own unique traumatic experiences, and keeping it all here does not always help. And my concern is the emotional consequences that it brings to us. Sometimes the health implications that it has on us. Whoever has caused you this traumatic experience may not even know, or do not even give a hoot about whatever they have done to you. In my case, the person who had done this to me was walking a free man somewhere, and I was there battling this emotion each morning, each time, not being able to pray, not being able to think straight. And so, yes, I would advise that seek counseling. And it is something that in our part of the world we don't prioritize, but it is very important. A professional person that you can speak to. Sometimes it's a family member that you can trust. Sometimes it's a friend, it's a teacher, it's somebody who belongs to the faith that you answer to. Sometimes it is a professional that you can pay to do this for you. Another thing I did was that as a person of faith, I kept praying, even though it was very difficult, because given the height of what the person had done to me, I always prayed that I would not retaliate, because if I was going to do that, I was going to turn to that person what the person was, or even more than what the person was. And so in your traumatic moments, in your traumatic circumstances and experiences, please be sure that you cannot do it alone. You cannot do it by yourself. You need to get an outlet where you can pour this, and you need to find something to do about it. In my case, I prayed. If it helps you, you can adapt to it and see the way forward. The end of this matter was that I did defer this, and when I later, it was a year later that I spoke about it to this person, but at the time I faced this person, the pain was already gone and it did not become dramatic, and the person was really put to shame for what they had done to me. What is the lesson? You cannot always control what is external. You cannot always control what happens to you. What you can do is how you react to it. What you can do with trauma is how you react to it. So let me hear and see in the comment section your peculiar experience to what we are sharing today about trauma and how you have dealt with it. Did you adapt what I did in my story, or you have other alternatives to share? You can let me know that in the comment section. And do not forget that this program has been made possible by Reflo Sanitary Pads. Your well-being is the number one priority, because your number one health is our concern, and we want you to purchase our products and call the number 055 111 1169 055 111 1169. Visit our office at Medina Social Welfare or Hawa Avenue. And this video is brought to you by Reflow's Sanitary Pads. So catch you same time next week on another edition of this program. It's a bye.
Hey, catch it. Don't pass you. I don't want anything to go wrong on my baby's day. Yay! Warrior! In fact, what's Shamani Munyampa?
Hey, subhanallah.
If it hey,
Jesus, I'm already wearing a pad. Can I relax? No, my day is ruined, you guys. You don't understand.
Take this.
Everyone is talking about it. It has a super soft cotton feel.
I've lived in need, but not you, my daughter. This is Reflo's sanitary pad. They are heavy pads, have 4 wings to prevent leakages.
Once a Reflo Senkai, it's up to 10 hours of absorbency. The diapers are what JJ uses.
And one I'm a debua union manu na a strong cry. See,
And note to someone who needs to hear this. We do not overcome trauma. We cannot move on for trauma, but instead we are forced to make room for it. We are forced to make space for it. And also we learn to live with it. And sometimes we forced to thrive in it despite our tragic experiences. Hello, beautiful people. It's me again, Reflow's Miss Candid, and I am here to help you find your true self. I am here to express my views and opinions on issues that matter to us. So why don't you join me this and every Monday on Reflow's TV for very interesting and insightful topics. This video is brought to you by Reflo Sanitary Pads. Your well-being is our #1 priority because you deserve the best and nothing less. So ladies, go get your Reflo Sanitary Pads today. I use it and it's such a fabulous thing to have at that time of the month. It's got 4 wings for the night pads and it gives you that extra protection at night. It's got, 4 extra panty liners in it. It's got 1 free wipe in it. And also we've also come out with the heavy flow pads. And so for you ladies who need that type of pad, go and get yours now because you're on the market right now. All right, people. So today we are going to talk about overcoming trauma. Today we're going to discuss overcoming trauma. Usually I like to define the key word in the topic. So what is trauma? According to the online Oxford Dictionary, trauma is a very disturbing and distressing experience. And as human beings, we all get to experience trauma at one point in our lives. It's part of human nature. It's part of us. And we can't get away from it. No matter what you do, whether you're rich or poor, you're going to experience some sort of trauma. Trauma comes in all kinds of ways. You can experience trauma from the death of a loved one, from even getting a divorce. Someone you trust so much has betrayed you. And you can also experience trauma from tragic experience such as rape, and there's so many things. You can even lose the confidence of a best friend, and that can be traumatic. When you realize that someone you trust so much has disappointed you or has stabbed you in the back, that can be a very traumatic experience as well. So it's normal to be sad for a bit. It's normal for you to recoil for a bit. Usually when you have a traumatic experience, there's this chemical that rushes into the system called the flight or fight response. You can either shut down and shut yourself from the rest of the world, or you can be aggressive and mean and horrible because of what you've been through. All right, it's okay to be depressed for a bit, but when you realize that it's going into over a month, 2 months, then you've got to realize that you're heading towards PTSD. PTSD is post-traumatic
stress disorder. So once you're heading there, then you know that you need some help. All right, so I'm here to give you 5 things that you can do to avoid getting there, to avoid getting PTSD. All right, so number 1, talk to somebody. There's nothing wrong with talking to somebody. If you have a best friend, a sister, or a brother that you can trust to offload some of your burden on, I think it's better to do that than to feel lonely in the world. When you talk to somebody, you can feel supported, you can feel loved, and that makes you feel better about the situation. It won't take the situation away, but you will feel much, much better if you can cry or over, you have a shoulder to lean on. All right, so you can do that. Number 2, avoid using drugs or alcohol. It's such a no-go area. I experienced that a bit when my twin sister died when I was 21. It was so traumatic for me. It was my first experience with death. So I didn't know what to do. I was 21, so I started binge drinking. But then luckily for me, I got hold of myself and I realized I was going into, a dark, dark place, because I realized that what I was doing was not going to bring her back to me. So instead, I got myself back together and I talked to my mom. I got closer to my mom and I got closer to God. I was angry at God, but I was like, God, why me? Why at that age? I mean, what did I do to you to deserve this kind of experience? But everybody goes through that kind of experience and it's part of life. All right. So number 3, get busy. You can get involved in your daily routine, get back to your daily routine, go to work, get involved in activities, do some volunteering. It's not going to take that trouble away, but at least it's going to make you forget that trouble for a while. And it's going to make you feel better about yourself instead of wallowing in self-pity in the dark corner of your bedroom. All right, so get busy, do stuff, go out there, go watch a movie, hang out with people, be among people. Don't isolate yourself. All right. Number 4, you can also take good care of yourself. This is so important because when we're going through trauma, we forget to take care of ourselves. But we need to sleep well. Okay, you need to take care of that body because it's that body that's going to carry you through your tragic experience. So you need to sleep well, get lots of sleep, eat well, eat a balanced diet. Because if you do not eat a balanced diet, your immune system is going to shut down. Then your body is going to be open to attacks like viral and bacterial attacks. So you need to eat very well. If possible, take multivitamins to boost your immune system. All right. You can also drink lots of water. Drink so much water, lots of water, so that you can flush out any viruses that you might have, attracted into your system. All right. Number 5, this is the last possible solution to trauma. If all else has failed and it's been over a month, 2 months, you're heading to 6 months and you feel like killing yourself, you're suicidal, you don't know what to do, you can't even talk to your parents, you can't talk to your best friend, you can't talk to anybody, you feel nobody understands you, there's nothing wrong with it. Go and get professional help. Okay, it's very important. Sometimes we feel it's too much and it's for sick people or it's for mad people. No, it's okay to get professional help. Even pastors get professional help and they're taught or trained to counsel church members. So there's nothing wrong with seeking help when you need to. A professional help can be in the form of a counselor, a therapist, a psychologist, and you name it. There's so much available out there. And these professionals also have the experience with other people who have been through the similar experience that you are going through. So they can have experience from other people to help you. And these professionals are trained to listen to you without judging. They are trained to understand you without judging. So you can be very comfortable talking to a counselor about your situation. Okay, it's better than sitting down and wallowing in self-pity and saying, hey, Raze, we see you home, we see you home, we see you zeno, hey, Raze, about no, that's not the way to go. Because at the end of the day, trauma is going to come into our lives whether we like it or not. It's part of human living. It's part of human nature. Okay, so people, I've come to the end of the video. If you liked it, don't forget to like this video. And also don't forget to share your thoughts and your comments down below. Let me know what other ways can you overcome trauma? Or what other methods have you used in order to overcome a traumatic experience that you went through? Also, don't forget to share this video with your friends, family, and work colleagues so that we can all learn a thing or two from the points I've raised above. Also, don't forget to subscribe. But before I go on, if you want to purchase our Reflo sanitary pads in bulk, don't forget to call 055 111 1169. I'll take the number again, 055 111 1169. The company is located at Medina towards the Maya Hot Junction. And so you can call them on 055 111 1169 to get your bulk purchase. All right, people, so this video is brought to you by Reflo sanitary pads. Your well-being is our #1 priority because you deserve the best. And also, before I go, I'd like to remind you all that you're 1 in a billion and there's nobody in this world who is exactly like you. Catch you next Monday. Bye-bye for now.
Paddy Dems, how body? Charles, today the matter chop hot. The situation is serious. I've always been accused of raising the bar, how I like money and all that. Look, even the slave queens, they have people who are supporting them. Oh. You people should live my life for me. Oh. And I lowered the bar. What did that get me? Traumatized. This is Reflo's TV, and I'm #Reflo's Maverick. Proudly brought to you by Reflo Sanitary Pads. Your well-being is our #1 priority because you deserve nothing but the best. Challenge me right now, dear, honestly, I must say, me, Reflo's Maverick, personally, a man I make more zeros than, a man who I'm older than, that one, dear, lie. There are insecurities there. I'm not going to try. No. Not anymore. It's like dragging your balls through tongues. And that's going to hurt. As I did here like this, I've been in an abusive relationship before. So me, my eye, they did ground. shine my eye well. Then Koro come enter. Corona. I spy some guy in my area. Hey, about 2 lanes. Say, okay, no problem. Make we enjoy it. We started this casual thing. Hey, now Paddy man say, look, we have to get serious. So I said, no, relax. Let's do the casual. No problem. We there, when now me to the thing called sweet girl. I said, no problem. Charlie, let's go. Let's do something serious. He said, oh, Charlie, right now, dear. You know, make ready, make her relax. I said, no problem. On, off. Today, yes, tomorrow, no. I never knew that this thing was affecting me. Not knowing, girl for frats. I was so into this. But somewhere at the back of my mind, I knew that this thing is not good for me. They say, what they sweet you, what they kill you. His insecurities, his fear, because I'm a brave, hard-working woman. I'm somebody that, Charlie, no bagger wire. He feels like, hey, now this girl, can I tag her? But me, I say you can tag. We are there. I say, me, pan, be this, where they take this clean ground. They do I'm already. I did make all the negative feeling run through me for days. Wait, one day I come see myself. Waiting not having before. I come myself say, girl, it's already happening. Try, gather yourself. I put myself together, small. I didn't even rush the process. I made sure that it happened naturally. I cried, no. I cried. That one was very necessary. I had to let out all the emotions. So later, I started feeling like, oh, okay, the girl is coming to Grandy small. But then I realized that, no, this thing has affected me. Oh. My routine, my life, my everything changed. Now it's left with me to reset and come back to my normal. It wasn't easy. I was in so much pain. Few days later, I go see now my finger to come set in. It wasn't paining at first. I tap cool. I said, hey, the thing they swallow up, oh, it come. Now the pain, the finger they give me, you pass the pain where the broken heart give me. Hey, girl, what have I done to the universe that it hates me so much? Beautiful girl like me, I'm going through all the pains on broken heart and another pain to wait. Hey, one of my girlfriends saw me. She was like, hey, girl, this thing is very serious. Oh, you should say you go fit touch yourself. I say, this is what makes you my friend. Girl, I don't feel good down there. I don't feel good there. I'm in bed. It will not be easy. Physically, I was down. So later, when I put myself together, I said, Rihanna cried, they cheat down. Shakira cried, they go chopping jam. Who be me? Make I just handle this thing like that. I take in breaths. Anytime I'm by myself, I take in deep breaths. Walking there, I like walking. I forgo tread. I go walk. Make fresh air pass my top. Make this pressure come down small because the tempo was too high. Later, I started recovering. That thumping cry drove away all other pain till I came back and realized that now, right now, dear, with this shit, there's nothing, no bullets. As I did here, I'm fine. I bounce back and I'm stronger. And I trust the process. I'm very happy that I didn't rush it. I made everything go on the way it was supposed to. Let me know how or what you've gone through that has caused you some sort of trauma. I would like to know. We have the new pads in the market. You go to Medina, Maya Hot, just like us. You're hot. You're going to get yours. We have the Reflo extra long and heavy pads made with your comfort in mind. You can contact us on 055 111 1169. I repeat, 055 111 1169. Catch you same time so we can shake things up. Thank you.
Why the move in helping girls patronize?
Well, because sanitary pads become extremely expensive here. So, the economy is very difficult, and there are so many young girls who can't afford to buy a sanitary pad, which is a very basic thing that every girl needs at that time of the month. So, we try our best, even though we're giving the best quality, we try our best to keep the prices affordable so that at least a girl can have a good sanitary pad at that time of the month.
There's been call for reducing tax on sanitary pads. Do you think that is enough to make sure that girls...
I think it will help. It will help a lot because at the end of the day, it's classed as a luxury item, and it's as an item that is a necessity. It's not a luxury item. We all know that. So at least if they are classified in the right way, then at least we can bring the prices down even further, so that the girls who can't afford, sanitary pads in the impoverished areas can at least have something good to use at that time of the month.
So aside reducing the prices of the sanitary pad for the girls, what is Reflo doing with respect to advocacy on menstrual hygiene?
Well, we are definitely working on period poverty, trying to bring that to an end. So our 1,000 Girls project, last year we did 200 girls, this year we're doing 1,000 girls, giving them sanitary pads for a whole year. They have free sanitary pads for a whole year so that they can actually go to school and have equal footing when it comes to education with the boys. All right, thank you.
In Ghana, a transformative movement is unfolding. Reflo Company Limited, founded in 2014, is pioneering a new era of personal care. With an unwavering commitment to quality, affordability, innovation, and customer satisfaction, Reflows has become a beacon of empowerment and comfort.
Our mission is to uplift and dignify women and families, providing premium, affordable products that elevate their lives.
From sanitary pads to baby and adult diapers, Reflow's products are designed to meet the unique needs of African families. Nationwide availability and exceptional customer care service testify to our dedication to empowering African families. And now, exciting new products are on the horizon.
We believe Ghanaians and Africans deserve the best. Our vision is to be the preferred name in African trade, starting with families.
Reflo Company Limited, empowering women, enhancing lives. Your well-being is our number one priority because you deserve nothing but the best. Join the movement.
Ladies, please clap for yourself just for being good women. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just want to start by saying that when I started this company, I went to manufacture these products, and they told me that it's for Africa, so we can make anything for us. And I think that set me off on this journey to make sure that every product that came out of Reflo Company Limited under the Reflo's brand was of the absolute best quality. Because I believe that as Africans, we too deserve the best. And as Africans, somehow they have created this perception of us that we don't deserve good things. And I've even been told by fellow Ghanaians that, oh, Ghana, they don't care about the quality. They only care about the price. Who doesn't care about quality in this room? Does everyone here care about quality? At that time of the month, as a woman, when you're going to school, when you're going to work, is it not enough how you feel already at that time of the month? Is it not enough the cramps, the feeling uncomfortable, the smells, all those things that only we know as women? So at least I made it my mission that whatever product I'm going to make for menstruation is going to be the best. And any of you who've used these products, I'm sure you'll testify that it is comfortable, it is soft, it has no peculiar smells, and it makes you feel good. At least if that part is taken care of, then you can take care of your life and focus on the things that are important. Recently, I was awarded Menstrual Health Advocate of the Year. And even though I started out this mission with my own agenda, that has pushed me to even take this on even more, to make sure that the women of Africa are getting the best quality products, especially at that time of the month. Now, I would say that the reason I'm passionate about this cause, apart from being a woman myself, is the experiences I've had with other women. including my own mother. She used to tell me the stories about the Ntumagu and all those things years and years and years ago. And it's shocking to me when we partnered with the Florence Mesa Foundation. The Florence Mesa Foundation's prime concern are African women and the young girl African child. So we partnered with them to give 1,000 girls sanitary pads for the whole entire year. And we are still on it and doing that. And it was shocking to me when we met these young girls, these schoolgirls, that they were still using this Ntumago in 2024. How is this possible in a country that is thriving, things are developing, moving forward, and the women are somehow left behind for the basic need of what we need at that time of the month? And some of these girls are out there having to sleep with guys for a simple sanitary pad. Can you imagine even the trauma that the girl has to go through something like that, just for a basic thing of a sanitary pad? Something that you need at the time of the month that is not voluntary, it's not a luxury. It has been classed as a luxury product. Sanitary pads are not a luxury product. It's even a toothbrush is less of a necessity than a sanitary pad to me, as a woman. Would you not agree? Thank you. So to tax sanitary pads as a luxury product already is in the wrong classification. It has been classified incorrectly. It is a necessity for every woman. That is over half the population of this country. Why are we not being prioritized for the most basic thing of having a sanitary pad at that time of the month? We are the nation's mothers. We raise these men. We raise this nation. We deserve to have that honor, at least at that time of the month. We deserve it. And having a young girl having to take 25 cities to go and buy a sanitary pad is unbelievable. In my happy, perfect world, I would hope that a sanitary pad would be no more than 3 to 5 cities at all times, anywhere, anytime, 10 years' time, anytime, because it should even be free if it is possible. But at least if we are able to take these taxes off, we can make a difference in these poor girls' lives. This is Accra, and even in Accra, there are women who are struggling to buy a sanitary pad. So can you imagine the villages outside Accra? It's shocking. And if you think, even apart from that, having a sanitary pad that is not of good quality, now you're just adding to the problem. Imagine the infections that you get, the itches, the smells. How do you feel about yourself at that time of the month? At least if that is taken care of, those 5 to 7 days. Imagine that some girls have to stay home because they cannot buy a sanitary pad and they're going to school. Imagine the next 20 years' time, there's a female president amongst us, and she's missing school for 1 week a month. How is that going to happen? How are we going to empower these girls to push themselves in school to compete with the boys, to also have an equal playing field in the world that is out there? Missing that many weeks of school just because of something that nature has called upon you to give birth doesn't make any sense. So all I would say is that I would like everybody to do what they can. If you hear about somebody promoting a change with this situation about the taxes on sanitary pads, join in, do what you can, go to foundations, go anything you can do, because we all have to have our voices heard. Because clearly the noise we are making is not enough. I'm doing my best and I'm praying that all of you will do the same thing too. But I pray that, all I hope is that we can get to a point where we're in a Ghana and an Africa where this basic thing should be a thing of the past. Women cannot afford to buy sanitary pads. Period poverty has to end. So I've brought you some Reflo sanitary pads here today for everyone here. So I want you to try them. And you have your day, you have your night, you have 6 pads for day, 6 pads for night. You have 3 free panty liners, and I've even put a wipe. Okay, so I want you to all try this pad, tell your friends about it. And let me tell you, even if you go to a supermarket, the most expensive supermarket, you shouldn't have to pay more than 15 cedis for the sanitary pad. I've taken it upon myself and my company to keep the price as low as possible. So for this product, I will always do my best to keep it affordable as we can. And we'll try our best as well. If we can get as more support as we can with the Florence Mesa Foundation, we will endeavor to do 2,000 girls, 3,000 girls, 100,000 girls, as many as we can. So You are the mothers of our nation. You are strong, amazing women, and we need to rise in this country and show them our potential. And it can start with just something as small as this. Thank you.
Anegwa modhia koragwa mwaki Aniachere tati ako hike Anyana musiedia kora kara Na kara kara weda kaga
Nanwe, no cover by you. I just want to say big up to everybody who made it for the first edition, you know. I want to tell you one thing, it's not easy starting anything in this life. Never easy, and this is the first edition of the Ghana Niger Food Festival. And believe you me, I've always been a part of the beginning of everything. Guess what? Because it had to start on a good spirit, it has to start on a good foundation, it has to start with reputable people so that it can continue to grow and grow and grow and get better. And I want all of you over here to know that you have been and are a part of this initiative that's going to be here to serve Ghanaians, bring this type of economic empowering situation to us as a people. And the second edition is going to be bigger, it's going to be bigger, it's going to be better, it's going to be greater, it's going to be mightier. Aname Bwana. Aname Bwana. So I want all of you to be proud of yourself that you made it. God bless you so much. And I'll always remember that I was the first to make sure that I headlined this one.
Back it up and make me back it up, oh. Give me the lollipop, me at the top, I'm like lollipop. Me at the top, I'm like lollipop, yeah. Bad, but them no. Me a lion and when me roll. And this me come for sure. Shut up, me she never come for sure. Spend the money, daddy-o. Spend the money, oh, daddy-o. Spend the money.
What a man can do, same thing woman can do. Boy, don't bend these rules. Me give you everything where you wanna need. Now of gold change and shoes, me soon forget. Say I had to pay every bill.
Yeah. You already know. I mean, you move a lot, you know. I already know. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Who said them? I said them are the governor. That me never hear. Well, the world is a baby show. Take them to come back another year. Shit. I mean it, I feel safe. You gonna drop some each one of you from here now. So nobody think otherwise. So you dancer, give me the dancer. Yo, me don't give a fuck with some boy one time. Me don't say them a send now will leave for a song. Just like you now man doing today. Guide me a back over love. Now we ain't a chilla. Science of really potent. Still a little now. You got everything and the rest of them a la la. Yes, them muffin what me got it in a man. I will feel like a second them and no them man. I get anointing me not afraid of them. Dance them I guess I was at them. Them not say me now you know them a badness. Them a no believer Thomas and Judas. It's back shut up in the blood of Jesus. Look, them no say man a healer. What's up on them? Bim nation man a prince ya. Them no say man a healer. Everywhere me stepping at the place me a the healer. Member say we are the winner. Bim nation all of the world where we winner. I'm a whip my body like a name John dealer. Don't you know I be a big deal feeler.
Barnabas, you are the king kid. Anybody violate, I go sing, stick a looking at me face and tell me you what to think. Say me kill them with the ragas, so me kill them with the sing. Chocolate is a part of fabulous. Vogal best to over that here sing. Them rocking man not the next thing, so now boy could that's the one. Cha. Them love all of me songs and me melody. They will laugh faster them. I got me back with them and they just say serious every day. I wouldn't wanna come at the end. Anybody try? Independence of me.
For me this high and so many potent over.
Gidiba, number Fatamanati Diba. Yabemo Hakitika, Benafia, family back.
Cross yourself and the phone, I'm in Tibida. Stop where I'm at the creek.
This is a text message. So me not come and I give you like a message. So everybody want receive it like a inbox. As I me come like a dinner, me a serving. You know, sexually me a come and check
This one right here for me. What? Every day you hear they get to you, them a barn, father. Them a lick a picking. They don't know say one boy mean. So boy we are gone harder. One day you see the time with my time away come from. Tell us we bad.
Tell them so we bad. Tell them so we bad. We have become shell very too hard.
Tell us we bad. Tell us we bad. A time we come from. Tell us we bad.
Tell them so we bad. Tell us so we bad. I be one God. Me coulda never be two God.
Time. Only me ever dad. I know my name. But a billion.
Into the future with you. I'm not gonna leave you at the end of the road. Give me your love and you know it's safe. Baby, never listen to what them say. Into the future with you. I'm not gonna leave you at the end of the road. Give me your love and you know it's safe. Baby, never listen to what them say.
I love the fact that sometimes you just got to go with your gut and take that risk. Because you know what? If you don't take the risk, how is it going to pay off?
A lot of people are afraid to take chances. But if you don't explore, how will you discover treasure?
Okay, so we're here just getting ready for Beauty Kenya. It's our first exhibition actually, but it's all good. So we're really excited. We're just packing up all the Reflo's products, the tape diapers, the pull-up diapers, the sanitary pads, the gold, and both the extra long and extra heavy. And we're just getting ready to go and have our first exhibition. So here we go. Here we go.
So I was at home and I got a message that
Hi, so we're just really excited about tomorrow. We're packing up and getting set up for tomorrow's exhibition. It's our first exhibition ever. How exciting! So we're setting up all our products ready for Beauty Kenya 2024 and we're ready to go. Watch out for tomorrow! Woo-hoo. Hi guys, so my name is Loretta Thompson Porte and I want to share the experience with Reflo Company Limited. It's been an amazing journey. They've given me much opportunities than I thought I would ever get with any company. The opportunities are endless. And when it comes to the sanitary pads, trust me, we give you value for money. Quality sanitary pads. Ever since I started using Reflo sanitary pads, the feeling is amazing. So I would recommend you to also use Reflows because we provide quality, and aside from providing quality, we also look out for your health. Our pads are healthy sanitary pads. Hello guys. Hi, how's it been going?
Far so good. How's me?
So the day's been going well. I've been seeing some customers coming over.
Very good.
How's the feedback been on the product?
You're interested?
Oh, nice. Very good. That's what we want.
Exactly.
So say hi to the team. Yeah, so this is our first day. So we're really, really excited. It's going really, really well. The team is saying it's going very well. I've seen some people come over and they've been really interested in the products. And, I think we're doing a good job.
Both hair and beauty.
This is, we do sanitary pads, diapers, we're branching into other home products like washing powder that's coming out in the next couple of months. Washing powder, tissues and things like that. High quality is very important to us at affordable prices. Yes. But I think you'll be hearing of us very soon here too. Yes. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Speak to you soon. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
My name is Rebecca Osam. I'm the founder and the CEO of Reflo Company Limited, and we're here in Kenya at Beauty Kenya 2024. We came here actually looking for distributors. It's our first time at the show, and so far it's been so wonderful. The organizers have been so helpful. We've had some last minute stuff and they've been really, really helpful, getting us organized and sorted. So we're really, really pleased with all of that. And so far we've had a lot of people come to our stand. We've had lots of great interest, and we're so excited about how it's going to develop our business here in Kenya. And we'll definitely be back next year. Is that okay?
That's
Yeah?
perfect.
Okay. So this is the difference between the Reflow's diapers and any other diaper. It just goes to show we're proving how much water it can absorb, and also how when you pour the water into the diaper, or when the baby basically soils the diaper, literally within seconds, the technology of the diaper draws all the moisture away from the surface of the diaper, the part that touches the baby's skin, so that there'll be no moisture, no water on the baby's skin, making it wonderfully perfect for the baby's skin, so that there'll be no nappy rashes and things like that. We made sure that that was the most important thing, because we were hearing loads of stories about how terrible some of the nappies on the market are, and how they're giving babies, all these rashes and, all these terrible conditions. So it's very, very important to us at Reflows, obviously, to make sure that we give the best quality we can at an affordable price, and we do not compromise on the health of anyone, especially babies. So we're really glad that people are enjoying the technology that we put into this diaper. So before the diaper gets wet, the wetness indicator is yellow. And then after the moisture has gone in, all the liquids have gone in, it will turn this color, which is kind of like a dark blue. So this blue color will let you know that it's time to change the baby, as you can see here. Very, very important, So yeah, go and get yourself a Reflow's baby diaper, and your baby will sleep all night, up to 12 hours of dryness. I mean, where are you going to get that? Except for the Reflows. Okay. We have our own brand over there in Ghana. Wow. Didn't expect that. It's okay.
It's okay. Okay.
It was just surprising. It's okay.
Oh wow.
Nice. A wonderful experience of our first exhibition in Kenya, our first exhibition ever. And, I was really proud of the guys. We did such a, we really did a great job, honestly. We didn't have a lot of time to plan it, but I think it went really, really well. I'm so proud of the guys, the team. They worked so hard. They were so insightful, and they were able to draw a lot of great interest to our stand. So I'm really, really happy. I'm really proud of you guys. Did well. We had a very, very positive meeting this morning with some potential business partners. So all in all, I would say this trip was well worth it. And we did such a great job. And I'm so excited about the prospects of the future. And Reflo is coming to East Africa. Watch out. We're so excited. And, guys, making this decision to come over here, to be honest, was a little bit... I wasn't 100% sure, and it goes to show that no matter how unsure you are or how you might doubt something or you might be nervous about taking a risk or taking a chance at doing something, you have to go for it. Challenge yourself, even if you're not quite sure, even if you're nervous, challenge yourself and just go for it. Honestly, what could go wrong? Even if it goes wrong, that is an education, an experience. So go for it always, guys. Take that risk and it pays off. So yeah, I'm happy. Kenya, East Africa, here we come.
Obviously, we were totally shattered from the night before, so we dragged ourselves out of bed to take a look at the beautiful sights of Kenya. It was a very long drive. We were so exhausted. But then our spirits were lifted by the beautiful handmade works of the Kenyans. The culture was so rich and beautiful to look at through the eyes of this gorgeous artwork.
Welcome. This is my village. This one big family for 150 people. Hakuna matata. Masai hakuna matata, no problem.
Hello, Lahimba. Hello, Rosidal. Let me go back. Young I think I'm Basel.
I really love this image. This is too much.
Oh, I'm so happy. This trip has been so successful. Our trip to Kenya was something that, to be honest, I decided on quite last minute because I wasn't quite sure about it because I wasn't sure it was the right time or it was the right time to take a risk like that, right time to, to get the whole team together to go and do something so big like this, but I did feel like sometimes you have to just take the risk, I felt like if I don't take the risk, I'm gonna wonder if I should have, and maybe it would have been like this or that, but I decided to take the risk, and look at that. The risk actually paid off. I'm just so excited. The team did such a great job. I think we've done pretty well coming to Kenya, right? Did a good job.
Yeah, so it's been
Thank
worth
you
it.
so much. I'm so proud of you ladies. But
Thank
tell
you for the
me,
opportunity.
how do you feel coming to Kenya?
Coming to Kenya, I feel great, and the opportunities here is endless, and I've met a lot of people, so I'm looking forward to coming here more often. I want to. Yeah.
So how do you feel though? How do you feel as a woman, as an employee of the company?
Yeah.
How does it feel?
In Ghana, you don't really get that opportunities coming your way in most companies, and my company, Reflo Company Limited, giving me this opportunity to come here is empowering, and I've met a lot of great people. Being in planes, met some big people in the industry, and now we are in talks with some of them, and the opportunities here in Kenya is endless, and we want to come here and have a good business relationship with them so that we can go far, and bringing the product here will be very, very, very good for us, and so far we are getting positive results, and everything will be great.
Nice. Oh, how about you, Navata?
For me, it has been an amazing journey and very exciting. And for the first time, I feel very proud as an African. I love the way Kenyans have preserved their natural resources, and you go to places like this and you feel, oh, so there is something good in Africa. So, I mean, you feel empowered in a way, because sometimes you feel in Africa things don't work and things are some way, but the experience is different. And I thank Reflo so much for this opportunity. The knowledge we've gained also in this short while is amazing.
Okay, well, girls, I just want to say thank you so much. You've done such a good job. I've seen you there, talking to lots of customers, and I'm so glad that you guys, believe in the dream, and you feel empowered as women, doing what you do. And I'm proud of you. Thank you so much, girls. Yes. Go Reflo! We're flowing with Reflo!
There was a moment on the drive, on the way back from the game park, and everybody had fallen asleep. The road was so quiet, and as I looked out of the window, I couldn't help but feel cleansed by the rain that was happening outside. Look at the ball of energy that's in that sky. Look at the blessing this light was given upon the earth. That's all I could think about. I had to capture this moment that I had by myself. Just me, myself, the driver, the sky, and the rain. As we leave the other side of our motherland, I couldn't believe what an unforgettable experience this has been. And I know this is not the last time. Thank you, Kenya. Until next time.
I was born in Adabraka, Accra. It was a struggle having my daughter. It was the best thing that happened to me. So I was determined to give her a good education, bring her up the best way I could.
My mum told me so many stories growing up, about her when she was growing up and, using it into Magu and all these things and, how poor the sanitation was. And I can only imagine. We've all been in that situation, I'm sure, when we've forgotten our pads or something like that and we've had to wear a pad a little bit too long. That uncomfortable feeling. I can only imagine what these ladies have to deal with, not even having a sanitary pad.
First, na mami nto sanitary pad mami na aya ntamego no de nwi amoase no de amam semembo. Nti aya na emedin se me be ko school.
Me din de afuanya kwa me ba ne ana opare. Ana opare ne papa fim. Aka me ne mofra no. Nanso me ni obafo bia. Abofra no ko school kra. Oye bra kra pad mpo no. A meto amana edin. Baby ana papa nso ye adwuma over titi no. Abusafo no defi wonsam. Nti na ma ahotra ba me na abofra no tem.
The tax prices on sanitary pad products are really, really high. I believe there is a very high percentage imposed on these products, and it makes it very hard for a lot of people in low-income communities to purchase these very necessary products. So I do commend Reflo Sanitary Pad and the Florence Mensah Foundation for the good works they're doing. We hope they can touch as many women as they can with their quality sanitary pads.
My name is Sobo Monica. I go to school at Suba Methodist Primary School. I did 14 years. I thought pad at a year. I brought me to na 12 cedi, 7 pennies. We soon say so weak na. As I say, assistant me a day mama with funty. I didn't say my top pad. And so bring a Reflo Sanitary Pad by we swear a yama. O dance so a pad name from one motor be finting. A damas saw they be a mother domier. A vampire said they be a because so had their domier and they be a
Maybe ya boglo, meteors boy, me bani Monica. You be became Miss Cavia. Na machestano na me debia topari, me debia topari a mamena Monica. Me niwa menye jumabia, me tira doctor price ya menye scanty men kobi. Obi mami ska men didi obi ye bia mami pra, men dina meteo.
I'm here with the 3 people who won the scholarship. How do you feel about what you received?
I feel so excited. I thank God for everything. And I thank those who are coming to take us. God should bless them. I feel so happy. I don't know that this day will be my day. May God bless them. Thank you.
I feel so excited to go to scholarship. It is not everybody who get that. So I thank the Reflo Sanitary Pad also.
I'm so happy, honestly. I feel so blessed and so thankful that we've been able to carry out our mission. What an amazing thing we've done, and I'm so proud. I'm so happy, Mum. Thank you so much. Florence Mensah, thank you for the foundation. Thank you so much. And
I'm also very happy to say that we're going to sponsor 3 girls to further their education. So the future is looking good.
Yeah, so excited. And we would just like to use this opportunity to ask everybody to support us. We need help to do more. So, help us and donate as much as you can. Support as many girls as you can.
Honestly, I think it's a great initiative, and if we had a lot of foundations or even individuals, organizations taking up courses like this, it would reduce the period poverty, not just in Ghana, but outside, because a lot of people will watch and take a cue from it and decide that, okay, we also want to help some 1,000 girls, some 500 girls, some 100 girls, and that is how we will be able to also make sure that those who cannot afford sanitary towels get comfortable when it gets to that time of the month. And so I applaud the Florence Mensah Foundation, and I hope that they keep it up and continue doing more, and God richly bless them.
Florence Mensah Foundation. Say me huna sama men kan kyerɛ maame no initiative a ɔde aba ɛne ahokoka a ɔdwene ɛmaaya ho no nyankopɔn wonhyira no na mani gye ho me admire ne bebree. Florence Mensah Foundation nyame nhyira mo.
Today, we appeal to your generosity to help us raise funds to provide sanitary pads for needy girls through the 1,000 Girls Project. Your donation will help some of these young vulnerable girls from being exploited by men who take sexual advantage of them just to provide sanitary pads for them. Your donation will help these girls stay in school, as some of these girls miss school for 1 week just because they cannot afford the sanitary pads. Help the 1,000 girls to embrace their flow for the next 12 months. Adopt 1 girl for 144 Ghana cedis to provide support for 1 whole year. How many girls can you support? All donations can be sent to the Florence Mensah Foundation mobile money number, which is 059-887-1395. Thank you.
I believe every girl deserves the chance to dream, to learn and to thrive, no matter where they come from. My name is Rebecca Osan, and I'm the CEO of Reflo Company Limited. And I've dedicated my life to empowering young women and creating opportunities for them to succeed. Through Reflo Company Limited, we've been able to donate to thousands of girls in deprived communities. These donations go beyond providing basic necessities. They keep these girls in school, where they belong, and give them the confidence to focus on their education. Education is the foundation for change, and I've had the privilege of sharing this message across universities in Ghana. From the University of Ghana to Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, University of Cape Coast, University of Media, Arts and Communication, and many others. I've spoken to thousands of young minds about embracing their uniqueness and rising above challenges. My passion for empowering women stems from a deep belief that every young girl has the potential to achieve greatness when given the right support and encouragement. My journey is dedicated to building that support system and making a difference in their lives. This is more than a mission for me. It's a calling. Together, we can create a world where every girl feels valued, supported, and ready to take on the future. I am Rebecca Osan, and I'm here to empower dreams, transform lives, and build a future where every young woman has the chance to shine.
Why the move in helping girls patronize?
Well, because sanitary pads become extremely expensive here. So, the economy is very difficult. And there are so many young girls who can't afford to buy a sanitary pad, which is a very basic thing that every girl needs at that time of the month. So we try our best, even though we're giving the best quality, we try our best to keep the prices affordable so that at least a girl can have a good sanitary pad at that time of the month.
There's been call for reducing tax on sanitary pad. Do you think that is enough to make sure that girls...
I think it will help. It will help a lot because at the end of the day, it's classed as a luxury item. And it's as an item that is a necessity. It's not a luxury item, we all know that. So at least if they are classified in the right way, then at least we can bring the prices down even further so that the girls who can't afford sanitary pads in the impoverished areas can at least have something good to use at that time of the month.
So aside reducing the prices of the sanitary pad for the girls, what is Reflo doing with respect to advocacy on menstrual hygiene?
Well, we are definitely working on period poverty, trying to bring that to an end. So our 1,000 Girls project, last year we did 200 girls. This year we're doing 1,000 girls, giving them sanitary pads for a whole year. They have free sanitary pads for a whole year, so that they can actually go to school and have equal footing when it comes to education with the boys. All right, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, shall we all be upstanding to welcome His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic of Ghana. Very much. We have the regimental band of the Ghana Immigration Service leading us to do the national anthem. Time is up, please. Move to your designated position. We decided that we will try to make a symbolic gesture in the effort to build a heritage and a bridge between us on the continent and you, the black people of the African diaspora. To those of you who want to come home and stay, we say you are most welcome. Africa indeed is your home. And Ghana will be very happy to serve as the bridge between the diaspora and the African continent. On this heartwarming quote by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and on his grateful behalf, I humbly and respectfully welcome you all to the Accra International Conference Center for this year's celebration of the Diaspora Citizenship Ceremony. This, ladies and gentlemen, is powered by the Presidency of the Republic of Ghana and in collaboration with the Ministry for Interior and, of course, Diaspora Affairs, Office of the President. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I bring to the microphone the Chief Executive Officer of GTDC, Mr. Kojo Odami Entry, to give us the opening prayer.
Can I respectfully ask that we be upstanding? Thank you very much. We thank you, Father, in the name of Jesus. We thank you for this country, Ghana, the country in the center of the world. We thank you for the life of our president. We thank you for the life of the government. We thank you, Father, for the people of Ghana. And more importantly today, we thank you for the life of our brothers and sisters from the African diaspora community who have the opportunity to legally belong to this motherland. We commit this program into your hands and we ask that you take absolute preeminence, guide and guard the affairs of this program and bring it to a successful end. And when all is said and done, we'll be careful to come back to you with the thanks that you deserve. We thank you for hearing us. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Thank you very much. Please resume your seats.
Please, let's assume our seats. If you just join us, ladies and gentlemen, it's a swearing oath of allegiance by members of the African diaspora community as Ghanaian citizens, and it is going to be done on this fateful day. We give recognition, of course, to whom recognition is due. We pay glowing respect and homage to our dear father of the land. He's here with us, tiring as it is. He's made that effort to be a part of this celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, humbly, let's appreciate the presence of the father of the land, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the president of the good people of the Republic of Ghana. He's here to make sure that he pays that tribute to our brothers and sisters representing the interests of the global African family. Again, we have the Honorable Henry Quarty, Minister for the Interior. He's also here with us. Please, let's appreciate our Honorable Minister Henry Quarty. He's the one championing this cause. And of course, we have Honorable Shirley Ayoko-Buchi, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. Representing the sector of Tourism, Arts and Culture, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Deputy Minister Mark Okreku Mante. Again, we have Mrs. Doreen Annan, the Acting Chief Director, Ministry for the Interior. Please, Mrs. Doreen Annan. In showing all respect, ladies and gentlemen, to Her Ladyship Justice Ellen Ofe-Aye, High Court Judge. In charge of General Operations, Deputy Controller, ladies and gentlemen, of the Ghana Immigration Service, Mr. Lord Afrifa. He is always at work, and there is a need for mentioning. Ladies and gentlemen, Director of Diaspora Affairs, Office of the President, Mr. Akwesi Ewa Ababiu. And then we also have Mr. Akwesi Ajiman. He, indeed, is the Chief Executive Officer, Ghana Tourism Authority. And of course, the coordinator beyond the return project. Monitoring the environment far on the left, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Yofi Grant, Chief Executive Officer, Ghana Investment Promotion Center. We also have Mr. Muhammad Suleiman Swalihu, Acting Executive Secretary of the National Identification Authority. Mr. Felix Nyako, Director, representing the Passport Office. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we also want to acknowledge the able presence, hard-working team of the steering committee beyond the return. On this note, we know, but we ask, there is an official bid for us to be welcomed. Please, let me bring to the microphone right about now the Honorable Henry Quarty, Minister for the Interior, to give us the welcome courtesies.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, the just elected Secretary General of the Commonwealth, and still the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, Honorable Shelley Ayoko Butchie. Representing the Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Deputy Minister Mr. Marco Kreku, Her Ladyship Ellen Ofer Aye, Justice of the High Court, Honorable members from the Diplomatic Corps, the Acting Chief Director, Ministry of the Interior, Deputy Comptroller General of Immigration, the Executive Secretary, the Acting Executive Secretary of the National Identification Authority, Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, members of the diaspora community, specially invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. This ceremony has become possible because His Excellency the President has granted approval for these individuals to be recognized as Ghanaian nationals. Your Excellency, today's ceremony is part of the Beyond the Return program launched after the Year of Return activities celebrated in 2019 to mark 400 years since the first man was taken from the coast of Africa to the shores of America. It is also in pursuit of His Excellency the President's declaration in Washington, D.C. in September 2018 to give fresh impetus to the quest to unite Africans on the continent with their brothers and sisters in the diaspora. Your Excellency, following the illustrious tradition of Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the first President of the Republic of Ghana, George Padmore, particularly that of Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois, Pan-Africanism has remained both the cornerstone and the unique cliché of Ghana's foreign policy. This tradition, which you have rekindled, is demonstrated by your endorsement of a number of programs, such as the development and launch of the Diaspora Engagement Policy, which favors both Ghanaians and diasporans. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in 2004, the then Minister of Tourism and Diaspora Relations under former President John Ajekum Kufuor, the late Honorable Jeko Tanka Obechebi Lamte, organized an international conference with a theme, International Conference on Transatlantic Slave Trade Landmarks, Legacies and Expectations. This conference actually provided the inspiration to envision the return of our diasporan Africans into a project codenamed
the Joseph Project, which was launched in August 2007. The Joseph Project sought to practicalize the act of healing, forgiveness, and reconciliation between Africans and the homeland and those in the diaspora. This was a bold attempt by Ghana to extend an invitation to the diasporan relatives to make the return journey to Africa and to reconnect with the land of their ancestors and their brothers and sisters in the homeland. Your Excellency, all these efforts have yielded positive results, enabling diasporans to acquire Ghanaian passports with dignity and pride. Notable amongst those who have taken Ghanaian citizenship as Mrs. Alfarita Mali, wife of the legendary Jamaican musician Bob Marley, and in recent times, Steve Wonder. It is therefore my pleasure to announce that today our brothers and sisters gathered here are ready, as the President, to swear the oath of allegiance to become full citizens of Ghana. Your Excellency, with your kind permission, I take this opportunity to congratulate them on this occasion. Following this event, they would have every right to apply for a Ghanaian passport. I will, however, wish to advise that as you take up citizenship of Ghana, you are expected to respect and abide by the laws of our land and live by the tenets of our 1992 Constitution. Article 41 of our 1992 Constitution on the duties of a citizen of Ghana states as follows. A, you are to promote the prestige and good name of Ghana and respect the symbols of the nation. You are to uphold and defend the Constitution and the law, national unity, and live in harmony with others. D, to respect the rights, freedoms, and legitimate interests of others, and generally to refrain from doing acts detrimental to the welfare of other persons. You are to cooperate with the lawful agencies in the maintenance of law and order. You are to declare your income honestly to the appropriate and lawful agencies and to satisfy all tax obligations and to protect and safeguard the environment. Your Excellency, Madam Secretary General, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to all those who have contributed in diverse ways to make this occasion a reality. Finally, it is my honor, once again, on behalf of the President, to welcome you to this very important occasion. I thank you and God bless you all.
Please, let's appreciate the Honorable Minister Henry Quarte, Minister for the Interior. There is something that we call it Sankofa. I'm humbled this very evening, ladies and gentlemen, to reintroduce one of our own. She fought it through to come to this particular level of attainment. Ladies and gentlemen, she is the newly elected Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Shirley Ayoko Boche. It's no mean achievement, and indeed, Ghana, we are proud of her. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a solidarity statement by the Deputy Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Honorable Mark Okreku Mante.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Ministers of State, distinguished guests, and beloved brothers and sisters of the African diaspora. Today is a momentous occasion, not only for the 524 of you joining our Ghanaian family, but for the entire nation. Your citizenship symbolizes more than just a change in status. It represents the unity and strength of the African spirit, bridging continents and generations. Ghana has always been a beacon of our diaspora, and this historic event cements our commitment to welcoming you home. Your presence here enhances our cultural tapestry, infuses fresh perspectives, and underscores our position as a premier for diaspora engagement. For Ghana's tourism, this milestone signifies a powerful endorsement of our country's rich heritage and vibrant culture. It is a testament to our year of return and beyond the return initiatives, which aim to deepen our connections and create lasting legacies. As you're acquiring your new citizenship as Ghanaians, we invite you to immerse yourself in the unique experiences of our land offers. Explore the majestic castles of Cape Coast and Elmina, touching the roots of our shared history. Relish the bustling market of Accra, where the rhythm of life pulses with energy and color. Participate in our many festivals, celebrated in all 16 regions. May your journey in Ghana is not just about looking back, but also about building a future together. Let's work hand in hand to foster economic growth, promote cultural exchange, and nurture the spirit of community that defines us. In the area of tourism, Mr. President, we add our voice to the general call for our brothers and sisters to act as ambassadors for Ghanaian tourism, art and culture, encouraging others to visit Ghana. This, without a doubt, will contribute to foreign exchange earnings and create demand for tourism-related services. Welcome home, brothers and sisters, and I thank you for believing in Ghana. And may your time in Ghana be filled with joy, growth, and unforgettable memories. I thank you for your attention.
In 2019, Ghana commemorated the
it's already
400th anniversary of the first recorded enslaved Africans' arrival in Jamestown, Virginia. This commemoration, known as the Year of Return, was launched by the President of Ghana, inviting African descendants worldwide to return to Ghana and reconnect with their roots.
We have dubbed this year the Year of Return to commemorate the 400th anniversary of the arrival of the first 200 West African slaves in the Commonwealth of Virginia, which subsequently became part of the United States of America.
This initiative, coordinated by the Ghana Tourism Authority in partnership with the Diaspora Affairs Office, Office of the President, GIPC, Pan Affairs Foundation, and others, was a monumental success, fostering a cultural renaissance and sparking global conversation about African heritage. The year of return had a profound impact on Ghana's tourism and economy. Over 1.1 million visitors arrived in Ghana in 2019, significantly boosting the nation's tourism sector. The initiative also strengthened Ghana's cultural identity and created a deeper connection between Africa and the African diaspora. For the African diaspora, it provided a new perspective of their heritage and an opportunity to reconnect with their roots. During the year, 126 African diasporas were granted citizenship. Building on the momentum of the year of return, Ghana in 2020 launched Beyond the Return, a 10-year initiative aimed at promoting sustained economic and cultural engagement between Ghana and the global African diaspora. Under the theme, A Decade of African Renaissance, the initiative is once again being coordinated by the Ghana Tourism Authority, the Diaspora Affairs Office of the President, Panafest Foundation, GIPC, the tourism private sector under the Ghana Tourism Federation, the Ghana Immigration Service, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of the Interior, with support from the private sector.
The Ghana Tourism Authority is the coordinating agency for the Beyond the Return project. Beyond the Return is a 10-year initiative building on the success of the year of return in 2019. It has 7 key pillars, namely, Experience Ghana, Celebrate Ghana, Invest in Ghana, Diaspora Pathways to Ghana, Give Back Ghana, Brand Ghana, and Promote Pan-African Heritage and Innovation. Through these 7 pillars, the Ghana Tourism Authority works with other agencies like the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, the Diaspora Affairs Office of the President, Panafest Foundation, the Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ghana Immigration Service, and other private sector organizations to cement the relationship within Ghana and the global African family. We've seen a lot of success since the launch of this initiative 5 years ago in terms of tourism investments, real estate investments, and educational investments. We've seen also growth in tourism visits to Ghana through the promotion of initiatives like December in GH. And so as we welcome another group of our brothers and sisters, 500 plus of them, we are quite excited that they will come in to assist and help us work together to build what will be a very resilient project going forward. We're excited, we welcome you, and we look forward to further engagements. Akwaba, Wezo, Maraba. Thank you.
The Diaspora Affairs Office of the President is responsible for the overall diaspora engagement policy and for the implementation, working with other state agencies and the private sector. We have been doing this for over the period that we have been set up at the presidency, with the sole purpose of making sure that the diaspora is represented at the highest level of governance, and to have easy access to the president for advice and consultation and the implementation of the diaspora engagement policy. We had been doing these citizenship programs for quite some time since we've been in office. The first group of citizenship that we organized was 126 citizens who came forward to take their citizenship of our country. And subsequently, we have done it for another 139. This time around, we are going to be doing it for 500 people from the historical Africa whose ancestors were sold into slavery and who have found it necessary to reconnect with the motherland, to Africa. The President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has always maintained that he wanted to welcome them back to Ghana. He has been doing this and has been asking for the diaspora affairs and the various agencies that are under his administration.
Since gaining independence in 1957, Ghana has maintained a strong historical connection to the African diaspora, underpinned by its pivotal role in the transatlantic slave trade and its subsequent embrace of Pan-Africanism. As the first sub-Saharan African country to achieve independence, Ghana inspired movements for freedom across the continent and among African descendants worldwide. As more African diaspora reconnect and get Ghanaian citizenship, together we will strengthen the cultural and economic ties with the diaspora and also solidify Ghana's role as a beacon of unity and heritage for Africans globally.
Thank you very much. Brief, capturing everything in totality when it comes to the swearing of oath of allegiance by members of the African diaspora community. We are at the point of importance, the administering of oath of allegiance by our brothers and sisters from the global African family. And to lead us to do this, ladies and gentlemen, I bring to the podium right about now her ladyship, Justice Ellen Ofe-Aye. She is a High Court judge, and she's been mandated this evening to make sure that we swear the oath of allegiance. We've been given the certificate. Please, you open your set. Behind that registration, you have the oath of allegiance, and you will see everything in there after dictatorship. Please, let's welcome her ladyship.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, I rely on the existing protocols. Our brothers and sisters from the diaspora, we are about to take the oath of allegiance. Kindly rise up to your feet. If you have a Bible or a Quran, or you wish to affirm, you would affirm with your hand like this. If you have a Bible, you hold the Bible in your left hand and you affirm. And your hand goes this way. Or a Quran. Thank you very much. Now the oath of allegiance. Kindly repeat after me. You insert your name where you ought to. Now I begin. I swear solemnly and affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Ghana, and I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We salute the President and the Father of the land, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He's the happiest man on earth right now. And thanking her leadership, Justice Ellen Ofe-Aye. Yes, of course, High Court Judge, leading our brothers and sisters to administer the oath of allegiance. I've been asked that we remain standing. It is indeed our day. It's been a very beautiful afternoon, and of course, it's our night. If you're joining us, ladies and gentlemen, we are streaming live on our social media platforms, and we pray you to connect. Ministry for the Interior on Facebook, the Ghana Tourism Authority, Diaspora African Forum. So you link up on Facebook and you connect the ceremony there. Right about now, ladies and gentlemen, we interlude from the Ghana Immigration Service. Special guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, the father of the land, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. Please, with a standing ovation, please, let's welcome. If you feel like clapping, you can clap. If you feel like shouting, you can do it. As we welcome our own father of the land, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, Minister for the Interior, and Member of Parliament for Ayawaso Central, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Education, Integration, and Member of Parliament for Mampong, the Deputy Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Justice of the High Court, Director of Diaspora Affairs of the Office of the President, the Board Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Tourism Authority, the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, traditional rulers, fellow Ghanaians. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of you to the Accra International Conference Center. We are met here this evening for a very meaningful ceremony for all of us here in Ghana. Standing before you, I feel a sense of pride, joy, and anticipation for the future we're building together. This third citizenship ceremony, embracing 524 people, brings back memories of when we first began this journey in 2019 and then again in 2022. Each of those moments, like today, filled us with excitement, knowing that we were not just expanding our nation in numbers, but also in spirit, purpose, and unity. The journey back to Ghana has taken generations, centuries. Our ancestors left these shores in circumstances that were truly tragic and inhumane. They left, but their hearts, and now your hearts, have kept that enduring connection to the African soil, to our shared heritage, to Ghana. Today we embrace you as our own, as fellow citizens of this nation, as brothers and sisters, and as part of the Ghanaian family. Since the year of return in 2019, which commemorated the anniversary of 400 years since the first recorded slaves were settled in the Commonwealth of Virginia in 1619, when hundreds of thousands of you traveled back to this land, we have witnessed something beautiful, a powerful reaffirmation of our shared history and resilience. That year was more than just a commemoration of a painful past. It was a reminder that we as Ghanaians, indeed as Africans, are bound together by a deep, unbreakable connection. Some of you felt the call then, and today as we grant you citizenship, we welcome you not just as visitors, but as Ghanaians, fully and forever. Ladies and gentlemen, to be Ghanaian is more than a title or a passport. It is a way of life. It means caring for one another, showing respect, holding fast to peace, and believing in equity. These are values we hold close to our hearts, and as you join us as citizens, I invite you to take these values to heart too. Ghana has long stood as a beacon of freedom and democracy in Africa, and with your support, we aim to continue leading by example, showing what it means to be a people united by shared ideals and common goals. I know that you have skills, knowledge, and experiences from all corners of the world. You have excelled in fields like education, healthcare, technology, finance, the arts, sports, and more. What you bring to Ghana enriches us all and reminds us that our potential as a nation is limitless. I encourage you to find ways to contribute your talents to Ghana's growth and progress. You're not just adding your name to our citizenship records, you're becoming part of our story. You'll be calling Ghana home from now on. Your presence here is already making a difference. You are human bridges connecting us to both sides of the Atlantic. Your journey to rediscover your roots and strengthen the bond between Africa and her diaspora changes the way the world sees us all. It dispels long-held myths and misconceptions and tells a new story of unity, pride, and potential. This ceremony, now our third, underscores the Akufo-Addo's government's commitment to deepening the bonds with our diaspora. We are working tirelessly to make Ghana a welcoming, prosperous, and vibrant place for you. Policies and programs to support investments, encourage collaborations, and foster diaspora communities here in Ghana are just the beginning. We're determined to make sure that Ghana truly feels like home in every way. The names of all of you have been set out in the official brochure commemorating this ceremony. One or two are personal friends. I speak of Michelle Maddox-Jones and Ismira Violet H. And I'm happy that they, like you, have become Ghanaians during my presidency. The oath you have taken symbolizes the fact that you're part of something bigger than yourself. You're part of a journey to redefine what it means to be African, to be Ghanaian. And as you add your voice, your heart, and your dreams to our shared future, we become stronger, more connected, and more hopeful. It was the great Marcus Garvey, the prophet, the seer, the visionary, who said, and I quote, "Our success educationally, industrially, and politically is based upon the protection of a nation founded by ourselves, and that nation can be nowhere else but in Africa," unquote. So on behalf of every Ghanaian, I welcome you with open arms. I hope you find in Ghana not just a place to live, but also a place where you truly belong, a place where your soul feels at home. I can never omit in these circumstances a reference to the immemorial words of the famous Jamaican reggae singer, the late Peter Tosh, who would have celebrated his 80th birthday last month in October, when he said, and I quote, "Don't care where you come from. As long as you are a black man, you are an African." May his soul continue to rest in perfect peace. Welcome, Akwaba. And may this be the beginning of a lifelong journey of love, unity, and pride as citizens of Ghana. Welcome home. May God bless us all in our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
Let's please appreciate the father of the land, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Yes, he's going to do us the honors. We are to select from the aged, and of course we come to the youth, so they are all representing you, as it were. Yes, please. So please, representing the aged, we have Morgan Moss Jr. Morgan Moss Jr. The next, Harold B. Belcher. Harold B. Belcher. have Granda Sue Thomas Belcher. Sue Thomas Belcher, Granda. Let's appreciate Granda. Yeah.
You've been gone, it's an empty home. Come on back where you really belong. You are always welcome home, welcome home.
Tybeka Fudale. Tybeka Fudale.
You've been kept down for much too long.
Tybeka Fudale.
Stand up, please, and say I am free. Don't forget you are welcome home, welcome home.
The next is Anthony Donald Stewart.
Come with me.
Anthony Donald Stewart.
Back to the promised land. All will be happy and gay. Come with me on this happy trip back.
And then we have at the neck, Fana Menen Isaac. At the neck, Fana Menen Isaac. Representing the interests of the youth. At the neck, Fana Menen Isaac. She's coming.
You are always welcome home, welcome home.
And then we have Williams Bogans. Williams Bogans.
Back to the promised land. All will be happy and gay.
We have the line, Isaiah Cunningham. And then we have Seth Gege Tuta Saneb. We have Conundrum Woman Tomlinson Guy. Again, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate the President of the land for the good people of the Republic of Ghana. Whilst he takes his seat, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. His Excellency, we appreciate you so much for your time. Our brothers and sisters representing the interests of the global African family, you all remain seated as you are. I want the media team, all photographers, please come up stage. Photographers, please climb the stage with me. And then you take the photograph from here. At least some of you, this is your first time of climbing the stage.
You've been gone, it's an empty home. Come on back where you really belong. You are always welcome home, welcome home. much too long. Stand up, please, and say I am free. Don't forget you are welcome home, welcome home. Come with me on this happy trip back to the promised land. All will be happy and gay. Come with me on this happy trip back to the promised land. All will be happy and gay. You've been gone, it's an empty home. Come on back where you really belong. You are always welcome home, welcome home. Come with me on this happy trip back to the promised land. All will be happy and
Please, let's bring to the microphone right about now Rabbi Cohen Halevi, convener Pan African Diaspora Coalition of Ghana. He summed everything up for us in prayer. He's always been the executive secretary, Diaspora African or African Diaspora Coalition. Rabbi Halevi.
With your permission, Mr. President, Your Excellency, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, I would like this closing prayer to be a special thanksgiving to the Almighty and to yourself for this most auspicious occasion. I want the diaspora, now fellow Ghanaians, I want you to stand up and clap again and show your appreciation for what has just happened here this evening. Make your voice heard. Let the heavens hear you. Let the ethers hear you. Let the atmosphere hear you. Let the ancestors who traveled with you, the ancestors who brought you here, the ancestors who lived and died, let them hear you tonight. Let the President of the Republic of Ghana know that you appreciate what was done here tonight. We want to thank Almighty God, Nyakopon, Nyame, Tradiapong, Jehovah Zevaoth. We want to thank the Almighty for having blessed us with a leader who had a vision called the return. And when that return turned into a splendid, phenomenal affair, he went beyond. And we're in the middle of that beyond. And that we have a leadership with vision. And he commanded his ministries, his officers, his personnel to come together in partnership to make sure that we, the diaspora, know that Africa is our home and that the return was not just a cliche. The return was not just empty words, but the return is real. And what has been done here tonight, and clapping your hands, it is the sign of a victory, because we have overcome. We are a symbolic number that has overcome thousands of hours of conspiracy that went into making sure that this moment would not happen. We have overcome billions of dollars that have been invested to make sure that you would never trace your steps back to your motherland and back to Africa. But tonight, Ghana has claimed another victory. And you are part of that victory. You are part of that vision. You are part of that history. Nobody can take tonight away from you. Mr. President, these are your sons and daughters. Nobody can erase this from the chapter of history. Nobody can erase this from the legacy. Nobody has done what is happening here tonight in the numbers and the magnitude and the magnificence and the brilliance and the glory of what we're experiencing here tonight. I didn't hear enough noise. Maybe some of you are still in shock. Let me hear you. There are people who struggled and have wished for this day. Names were quoted here tonight. Bob Marley never received his citizenship. His wife did. You have. Marcus Garvey never received his citizenship. You have. And this is our prayer to God. I know I'm only supposed to do a closing prayer, but Mr. President, I started with your permission. I wanted the House to let their voices raise up along with mine to thank God for what has happened here tonight, and for all the people that have worked hard to make a difference here tonight. For all of your ministers, may God bless you. For all of those who work so hard, the Ministry of Interior, Diaspora Affairs at the Office of the President, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ghana Tourism Authority, the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, all of those who work, the diasporan counterparts that work to bring this together, Diaspora African Forum and our ambassador in Bennett, and to the Diaspora Coalition, and to the AAAG, and to Craig, and the Caribbean Association, to all those that are represented. May God bless the unity of our family. May God add on to the blessings of this evening. May God bless Mother Ghana, and may God bless Mother Africa. May we all be blessed, and may Ghana be better for this night, and make sure that the legacy we know, this is a new chapter. You've gone up in the elevator, and make sure you get up on the right floor to serve Mother Ghana and Mother Africa. Most High God bless you and keep you. The Most High God lift up the light of his countenance upon you and be gracious unto you. The Most High God cause the light that is his light to be your light, and the peace that is his peace to be your peace from this time forth and forevermore. Hallelujah. 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 Amen. Selah.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Hillary Kohi. And ladies and gentlemen, in recognition, paying tribute to the Republic of Ghana, shall we please all rise for the national anthem.
There's no school that you go to learn how to be a president. I dedicate this award to the team that helped me day and night thinking through the challenges that we had as a country. And we went through quite some difficult times. We had a power crisis, we had an economic crisis, and one had to really be innovative and creative thinking to be able to steer Ghana through those times.
In education, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama under his government built 190 schools in the Zongo community. He provided 250 scholarships for students to study medicine in Cuba, out of which 75 were Muslims, drawn from Zongo communities. Now this is a real Christian with Muslims at heart. His leadership also saw the implementation of reforms that included the expansion of access to free basic education.
24-hour economy.
Under health, His Excellency John Dramani's policies on healthcare saw the expansion of the National Health Insurance Scheme. He prioritized the construction and renovation of healthcare facilities across the country, building of new hospitals, clinics, and health centers such as the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, University of Ghana Medical Center, Bank Hospital, as well as the construction of over 900 CHP's compounds. He also upgraded existing facilities with the aim of improving access to quality healthcare services. He provided free maternal healthcare services and established specialized facilities for maternal and child health. Water. Under the NDC government led by His Excellency John Mahama, we saw the addition of 14 million gallons of water a day to the national stock. John Mahama was interested in the expansion and rehabilitation of water treatment plants, pipelines, and distribution networks across the Bong Water Supply Expansion Project, Teshinungwa Desalination Plant, Wa Water Supply, and many more. Under his leadership, significant investments were also made in road construction such as Kwame Nkrumah Interchange aka Dubai, expansion of ports and airports such as the Kotoka International Airport, Terminal 3, and the Tema Port expansion.
He was one of the victims of the unfortunate incidents that took place. He was hit by a gunshot, and since then it has affected his leg.
Victims Ayawasu West Wagon. Since day one, Adiano ARP Ayawasu West Wagon. John Dramani Mahama Onuna all taking care of me. Edrua Meto Ewo Hospital. Surgery, my course surgery. 8 times in Kola Nombeko school. I'm a school fees on Bibia. John Dramani now taking care of Bibia. Me do and me di me families. John Dramani Mahama.
Pacho mi kunu na friend Isha Uyaro. Oye almost 1 year. I was 37. Ninyina John Dramani Mahama ena all taking care of the bills. Bibia, surgeries, everything on 1 or 2 bills. Enya easy cry because na minim and all prayer no. Enya easy cry or say Christmas ya bon knockout crap. Nana kuma bossy yet ya want to sorry I
His compassionate love for widows as well is very remarkable.
Baby, someone's there. I talk with let's get you the guy for I say a foot. Look at in the that I'm a cooking.
Mama ya mara muna baya ya tanye mu sosai. Allah ya saka da alheri. Mun gode sosai. Allah ya biya mishi bukatar shi na alheri. Ba zaben ga kuma da dai Allah ya sa ya samu sa'a da rabu. Ya bar yara fudu kuma. Mun gode sosai da taimakon da ake muna na daga baya. Al'umma duka da ke taimakon mu mun gode sosai. Allah ya saka da alheri.
As a Christian himself, he has proven he is a father to all. The Muslim communities have always been in his heart, and he has continued to assist with lots of projects and send many on Hajj personally.
One of the 5 pillars of Islam is the performance of the Hajj. And where Muslims are enjoined, if they have the means and the wherewithal and the strength, to once in their lifetime visit the holy city of Mecca. Unfortunately, the price that is charged for going on the Hajj has become so expensive.
Sorry. Sorry. Na mi die. Me da na mi ti mi fo aye ker. Me say aye hwana. Me hwe aye no. Aye jo mama. Wasi wa pese mi ba me ya krata we de me ko Hajj. Anu kware nsu me sorry ma sirisa me se mi na mi ne hwe me ne kapre. Na ya dia na me ko Hajj. Nsu jo mama wa ya ama me. Anya me nko a I am my nipa mensa into your mama dear wa ya dear.
Iyaye na mata yau na shigo ne ka muku shanin batun ajin da lokacin da John Mama ke kan fawa. Ya muka gan tafiyan ajin mu. Sheku duban da ya sauka kan kujera. Ya kudin aji yake. Yau nda mu aji. Mba ka biya 750 million ba ka zuwa aji. Me yasa dai zo aka tashi ana zagi shi wai shi ba musulmi bane. Shi kuwa ne wanda ke tausayi musulmai cikin zangon da muke cikin ga. Yasa iyaye na ku yi hankuri. Ka ku doki batun wani addini, ka kwar wani yazo ya lure ku. Wai John Mama ba musulmi bane. Yasa vota ba wanda ya zama musulmi. Wani ne musulmi? Wani musulmi ke tausayi kai John Dramani Mahama cikin zangon da muke ga. Yasa ni magana na zo ga muku kenan. Ka ku bar wani yazo ya lure wani da
precisely a Boeing 747 carrying 498 passengers has taken off from the Tamale airport en route to Medina in the Holy Land and is expected to arrive there in 5 hours and 20 minutes time. Indeed, as the aircraft lifted off, I felt an inner glow observing the very beautiful spectacle of the Boeing 747 taking off the just completed runway of the Tamale International Airport. I give thanks to Allah for giving us this day and for preserving our lives and giving us good health to be here to witness what we just saw.
The Muslim community is one such community asking for the girl child to be allowed to wear the hijab, which is their identity. Come with me.
I can't wear my hijab together with my uniform. So I can wear my hijab on the way. But exactly at the time I'm in front of my school, I have to take off the hijab because the school rules are saying no hijab.
In 2015, as the President of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama emphasized on the freedom of Muslim women wearing their hijab and not to be prevented from wearing it to work or school.
Over the past few years, there has been confusions and misunderstandings in our various educational sectors and working institutions where women have been forced to take off their hijab in the name of following rules and regulations of an institution where they find themselves in.
Muslims, no. So I'm share hijab, no. No, kasa omo de kwejuma. Ni akase debi yempene ma on share sa hijab no.
His commitment to Article 21 of the Constitution, freedom of worship.
We'll make it a law that you cannot discriminate against a person who is wearing what their religion prescribes them to wear.
As students, we should be allowed to wear our hijab to class no matter where we find ourselves, if it is in primary, junior high, senior high, or the tertiary education level. And as Muslim ladies who are practicing their career, I believe that it is their right to wear the hijab wherever they find themselves.
Bibi my wakutima ha. That time no oye vice. Enti obesra ye Sheikh Malali akutima. Na ya malam pini. No invite ye nyina na ye koye. Ye koye no na ya mala kire no de ope onye oma ya akutima. Se ye kwan na oda ha no. E kwan na nye satam no gotan ni ho. Jondaman mama oma ye be ye. Satam na ye vice. Enti jondaman mama oye ni papa.
The disappointment of this government has led to the deprivation of the Zongo community in development. The people speak and the Zongo cries.
Yes, your son, yet. Ya to my bosom watch, your mamma wako. Bilibia, where am I a fine? Ya did it, you know, more, you do as me, over from more, go. Bilibia, brave, now see your cosani, yari. Penny and chase the come in answer. Yabanamo, if you as a school no. And take your son say, and I'm in fan bra, and I'm in fan bra, and I'm in fan bra. Next, I am home. Young Yadiani and young Yakasia, Yabanamo school.
Yon Muhammad, Allah ya bashi, kuma Allah ya bashi. Saboda alƙawarin da ke da kai tsakaninmu da mu da su. Da Muhammad ya yi mana ƙoƙari, ya kawo mana taimako shi da kansa, bai aiko wani ba. Ya zo ɗaya ina ganin ya kai so 4 ko so 5. Yana zuwa shi da kansa yake zuwa ya zo ya raba mana.
Abin da ya sa muna tanye shi addu'a. Insha Allah Allah ya mai da shi kan mulkin nan. Saboda haka kuma akwai da wani haka suna da yara da yawa kuma. Saboda shi Allah ya taimake mu, shi ma Allah ya taimake shi ya koma kan mulki.
Mu duba aikin da John Mama ya yi previous within 4 years. Sai mu duba current government inda ya kai mu cikin 8 years. Yau kaka saya yaro ko youth wani ya zo ya doki kudi ya doki ya say future ka. Ya kamata mu bude ido mu vote wisely. Kaka ya da zuwa ce ma musulmi dan wanshi ni musulmi. Even cikin musulunci inda ba da leadership ana duban adili ne magananka da behavior da kominka before a baka leadership. Ba saboda ka zama musulmi sai a ce tun da abin musulmai ne a bari ka lead. Musulunci bai tafiya da haka na.
John Mahama is a president for the future.
الذي خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم أيكم.
Vote for John Dramani Mahama. Vote for the NDC.
This recognition, I don't want to speak much, I'm overwhelmed. There's no school that you go to learn how to be a president. I dedicate this award to the team that helped me day and night thinking through the challenges that we had as a country. And we went through quite some difficult times. We had a power crisis, we had an economic crisis, and one had to really be innovative and creative thinking to be able to steer Ghana through those times.
Ghana, a transformative movement is unfolding. Reflo Company Limited, founded in 2014, is pioneering a new era of personal care. With an unwavering commitment to quality, affordability, innovation, and customer satisfaction, Reflo has become a beacon of empowerment and comfort.
Our mission is to uplift and dignify women and families, providing premium, affordable products that elevate their lives.
From sanitary pads to baby and adult diapers, Reflo's products are designed to meet the unique needs of African families. Nationwide availability and exceptional customer care service testify to our dedication to empowering African families. And now, exciting new products are on the horizon.
We believe Ghanaians and Africans deserve the best. Our vision is to be the preferred name in African trade, starting with families.
Reflo Company Limited, empowering women, enhancing lives. Your well-being is our number one priority because you deserve nothing but the best. Join the movement.
Sanitary pads designed with comfort in mind.
They say that she doesn't need your 2x4 gift. She doesn't need your money and blah, blah, blah. But guys, even a penniless and aimless fool can make her fall in love. Over what? Sex? Now I call that stupidity. Hello beauties, my bee dolls. You guys, you girls, you're doing so good out there. And hey, it is your girl, #Reflo'sBarbie. And don't forget that this video is brought to you by Reflo's TV and Reflo Sanitary Pads. Your well-being is our #1 priority because you deserve the best. Guys, share, like, and subscribe, okay? So we're talking about sugar mummies in Africa. Sweetie, today I am here to cause a chaos. You know I'm always here to say sweet things and nice things, but today, like sugar mummies, no. First of all, do you have a sugar mummy? And do they even exist? Let me tell you, this is just, they are there. Live and colored in all the countries. Even my best friend is looking for one. So just in case you have one out there, or you know of one, or have heard of one, please just link up, okay? But guys, honestly speaking, I do not agree with this whole sugar mommy thing. Like, what the hell is that? You are a woman. Like, women, we are supposed to enjoy our queendom, you know? And allow the men go into the world, work their fingers off, and come and take good care of us. Why would you allow yourself take care of a man who does that? Who, if not you? Who does it? Sweetheart, do you know that when you're doing this, it promotes laziness among the men? A man will not go out there to work his fingers off if you're giving him the money. Yes. So you need to allow him to go and do it and come and take care of you. It is not bad to be at home or enjoy his money too. Just stop it already. I don't want to beat so much about it. What is that? It is not right for a woman to take care of a man financially. Mamen sanka bi omneti. Enye papa se oba sima sawu. Na wo hwe wodi wo sika kohwe bema. Bema obetime ja wo chena. Bema omumma. What are you saying? Please wise up and stop living that kind of life. Men in this situation, you should even be ashamed of yourself. How can you allow a woman take care of you? When you mean wase, a woman like bewa, kaiki. See, guys, I already told you that I am here to cause violence. I'm not here to entertain what you guys are doing. Violence is not good, yes, but I'm just here to tell you that it is not good as a woman to take care of a man with your money. Yeah, passes our era, no. We're in an era where when you get the money, you use it to take care of yourself. Build something. So, these women, see, no. When you are doing this, men, you come across as desperate. Please, please, please. No woman should be put out there as a desperate woman. It's not good. Wait, how many times do you want me to tell you to relax? Relax. It is you. Everything is you. And you're why you are the queen. So allow him to take good care of you. In your children. Guys. Okay. I will not say it twice. So, if you are wise, pay attention to what I am saying. Guys, at the end of the day, I am still ending here though, because I love you and I want to see you same time next week, Monday. So, you go girl, because you are magical. Don't forget that Reflo Sanitary Pad is on the market, so go and grab yours. I love you, okay? Mwah. Ciao. I'll see you.
I don't want anything to go wrong on my baby's day.
Yeah, we pay our warrior. In fact, wash them anyone.
Hey, subhanallah.
If it hey, Nene, Jesus.
I'm already wearing a pad. Can I relax? No, my day is ruined, you guys. You don't understand.
Take this.
Everyone is talking about it. It has a super soft cotton feel.
I've lived and need, but not you, my daughter. This is Reflo sanitary pads. They are heavy pads, have 4 wings to prevent leakages.
Once the Reflo Senkai, it's up to 10 hours of absorbency. The diapers are what JJ uses.
And one I'm a debua uniano manu na a strong cocra. See,
I am here again on another such issue. And note, my stance hasn't changed. Yesterday was Papa Gato. Today it is Mama Gato. What is good for the goose is equally good for the gander. Sugar mummies in Africa. I don't want us to waste time on this because you know my stance already. When we were speaking about sugar daddies, you remember what I said? When we spoke about side chickism, you remember what I said? I can for say, if it is good for the goose, it is equally good for the gander. I know someone is sitting there insulting me because she's got the sugar, she's got the money, and you know, she can sponsor, she can pay for what she wants. But I don't get a sense of this. For a woman to, you know, be involved in this kind of transaction, you know, I always say that the moment intimacy, sex, any related matters is reduced to a transaction, it loses its essence. And you know, bringing it in our circles and looking at how women are looked at. And kamini kakramai, ono di okoro mwana hakope dompe. Na wede dompe na kasa de ne hu kwa kope kramai. Na wase tue sika asian kwa konya kramai. Where is your dignity? I don't care what your stance is, but I'm telling you that the moment you do this, there is someone who is more powerful in this venture, and that is the woman, and I expect her to do better. Why can't you help that guy? The same way I told the men to help the women without strings attached, it is the same way today I will tell you that if you want to sponsor that man, if you see something good in that man, do it for him without attaching sex. Do it for him without attaching this. It is wrong for me today, tomorrow, and no matter how you decide to strengthen your stance on this, I will tell you it is not right. Now, how sustainable is this? How long are you going to do this? So today you sleep with Kojo and you offer Kojo some house. You buy some cars for him. You build a mansion for him. You do all that you have to do for him. You give him all the sugar. And tomorrow, Kojo is able to break away from you because his time with you is finished. And then you move to Nana Kwesi, or you move to Nana Kojo. And then the next day you move to Ima. The next day you move to Ken. The next day you move to whoever. Like how? That cycle. Going here, going there just because you have the sugar. Come on, you know, I understand that there are certain women who have had relationships with older men and it hasn't gone on well with them, and they have decided to throw caution to the wind and do anything they want. But trust me, to what end? I always ask myself, what is the sustainability? If it is not sustainable, it is not worth it. Put some dignity on yourself. If you can help him without the strings attached. And think about what you are doing. How it's going to sustain you today and in the unseen. tomorrow. So sugar mommies in Africa, church girl has always had this stance. Sugar daddy, side chickism, papa gato, mama gato. I am against it today, tomorrow, and in time to come. Let us say no and act better. When you look at women empowerment, let us do better. Let us know better. What do you have to say? You are insulting me, I know, but let me see that in the comment section. Let me know what you have to say about this. Or maybe if you think you have some advice for me, I'm ready for it. Let me see that here. But I want to honestly thank you. Thank you, and thank you very much for showing us this love here on this platform. Week in, week out, you have been with us. Subscriptions, comments, likes, and the love that you have shown to this platform. Thank you once again, and we promise to bring you more exciting content in our subsequent episodes. And never forget that this video has always been brought to you by Reflo TV and Reflo Sanitary Pads, because your well-being has always been our #1 priority, because you deserve the best. And do not forget, as I always say, there is dignity in doing it right. So catch you another time right here. Bye-bye.
In Ghana, a transformative movement is unfolding. Reflo Company Limited, founded in 2014, is pioneering a new era of personal care. With an unwavering commitment to quality, affordability, innovation, and customer satisfaction, Reflo has become a beacon of empowerment and comfort.
Our mission is to uplift and dignify women and families, providing premium, affordable products that elevate their lives.
From sanitary pads to baby and adult diapers, Reflo's products are designed to meet the unique needs of African families. Nationwide availability and exceptional customer care service testify to our dedication to empowering African families. And now, exciting new products are on the horizon.
We believe Ghanaians and Africans deserve the best. Our vision is to be the preferred name in African trade, starting with families.
Reflo Company Limited, empowering women, enhancing lives. Your well-being is our #1 priority, because you deserve nothing but the best. Join the movement.
Wait. Life is short, like Nika, but it's sweet die. You know you have reached middle age when you are cautioned to slow down, massa, by your doctor, not instead of the police. Hey! One thing in this world of value to me is the active soul, my guy. Cause what is all this? What's the point of all this? Of all this, if not to be enjoyed. And enjoying life has no age limit. So long as you are healthy and of sound mind, keep adding sugar, spice it up. This brings us to today's topic on Charlie, sugar mummies in Africa. Limpopo's, you dead there? When it comes to topics like this, they must have to get sweetly rough, because this era there, nobody is being left behind. We are all, come on, involved. Hey, whatever you do, people will talk. So just enjoy yourself. Do jeje. Enjoy, just enjoy the go. Yes, queens. Sugar. Achon, sweetie things. She will give you 10K a month, take you on shopping trips, and expensive vacations. Would you be down or not? Oops, oh my God. Is this a trick question? Just stay tuned. This is Reflo TV and I'm hashtag Reflo's Maverick. Proudly brought to you by Reflo's Sanitary Pads. Your well-being is our #1 priority because you deserve nothing but the best. You gonna be my bedroom bully? Time for some lollipoppy. Chai, they say age mixing. Cross-generational sex. Masa, they can call it whatever they want to call it. The thing I did there. People are doing it, and they are doing it, and they are doing it. Some reason why society there, they are not really accepting this thing which already did there is because they feel like, Masa, it is being driven by some sort of lust, financial gain, and inappropriate social behaviors. Hey, which one is that one too? I don't think I say social behaviors. But if you ask me, honestly, not to say this for anybody here, there's nothing wrong with that. Both parties are not complaining, no. They just there and they're enjoying themselves, and we there here just they complain. These things women are doing is normally because, look, she feels like she's not being sexually fulfilled. But they not be firewood. They also do it to release some kind of stress. Physical attraction today. But for those who their moral compass don't boss, is scatter. They lack self-control. Trust me. They just fire, they go. Some people are doing it because they want to procreate. Others, the youthful feeling. Oh yeah, youthful exuberance. You did it. Some sugar babies, they do these things because, Masa, they gotta survive. You think say only you guess where you for survive? That too, they need to survive. They finish school. You don't get any job. You don't see left and right. Hey, one day just they walk out going somewhere, no. You see some fine woman where pass out this thing, no. You say, hey, Charlie. Won't you agree? You agree. Because at the end of the day, these sugar mummies, they give money. They go give you cash. Kudi. Right now, age dear is just a number. Love doesn't ask for age. Times have changed, Masa. And things have changed. Right now, dear, everybody is thinking like, look, age dear is a myth. If you say right age, now myth. It's a myth. So if you are older and fabulous and you want a young, stallion to ginger you up, hey, my sister, I bless you. Just look your front. All genders are even involved in these sugar relationships. The guys are doing it. If older men can have relationship with younger women or younger women, women too can have relationship with younger men. That one there. And if you have been watching our other videos, we are fighting for equality. So nobody is being left behind. If the guys are doing it, we get right wing for do it and feel free. Do you get it? Yes. Nobody is being left behind. The older people, they are advising us. But right now, we want to test what they are testing. Nothing is wrong with that. I guess they're also doing it because of sexual fulfillment. When men are older, they end up getting some sort of ill health, like sexual, drops down. And these guys there, they are always there, active, ever ready, energizer battery. Their battery is always sharp, ready to fire. See my mom, she looks very cute and everything. I know if she hear this, she go diss me, but look, I have to tell you. Very cute woman like that. I'm always advising her, look for somebody to, because when they get to that age, they blah, blah, blah too much. But if you get somebody who's carrying you like that, your voice will come down small. Hey, Emily, I'm not ready for somebody to ride me like a horse. They. Somebody wants to be reading like a horse. Press down like a watch. They're enjoying themselves, so. Sweetheart, Masa, tell me if you have seen any sugar activities in your neighborhood and drop that comment down there. They give you. Don't forget this program or this channel was probably brought to you by Reflo's TV and Reflo's sanitary pads. Your well-being is definitely our #1 priority because you deserve nothing but the best. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like, share with your friends, and let's shake things up. Take you.
Absorbency. The diapers are what JJ uses.
And one I'm a depot manu na a strong cry. See,
All right, guys, so we all know that money makes the world go round, but it is not easy for a man to get that money. It takes years of toil and sweat. So how far are you willing to go, and at what price? How's it going, beautiful people? It's your girl, #Reflo's Miss Candid, and I'm here to help you find your true self. Like I always say, I am no expert. I'm only here to share my views and opinions on issues that matter to us. Why don't you join me this and every Monday on Reflo's TV for very interesting and exciting topics. This video is brought to you by Reflo's TV and Reflo's Sanitary Pads. Your well-being is our #1 priority because you deserve the best. And also, ladies, Reflo's Sanitary Pads are still out on the market, so better go and get one for yourself. It's the most comfortable thing you can ever use at that time of the month. And I'm telling you for a fact that it's the best on the market, period. Okay, so let's delve into today's topic. Today, we're going to talk about sugar mummies in Africa. Today, we're talking about sugar mummies in Africa. For those of you who do not know what a sugar mummy is, she is a woman, most often a married woman who provides financial support for typically a younger companion in exchange for romantic or sexual pleasure. And so, is there anything wrong with being a sugar mummy? Is there anything wrong with having a sugar mummy? I believe that what's good for the gander is good for the goose. If a man can do it, I don't see anything wrong with a woman doing it. But then at the end of the day, after all is said and done, I believe that it is always better for a man to struggle through life to achieve his own and to attain his own. Because when you struggle, you learn lessons that help you become independent and responsible. And you can cut corners. You can take a shortcut to life's lessons. So the struggle sometimes can always be good for us to become more independent when we grow up, okay? So as much as I believe that it's okay to, get help, it's also better to even have your own, to struggle to get your own. And also personally, I cannot be in awe of a man that I pay bills for. I cannot be in awe of a man that I provide for, because I know the kind of awe or respect that a man wants is so important to them. And so if a man wants that kind of awe and respect from a woman, then he has to learn to be independent. Okay, so a man needs to learn to be independent and responsible on his own, and he will in the end feel better as a man. Okay, having a sugar mommy can take a man's drive and ambition away, because he can get so comfortable in that zone because everything is being dished out to him. So he's not going to really think about what he wants to achieve for himself, because he is comfortable taking from another person. So that's some of the side effects of taking a sugar mommy. All right. So also another side effect, another downside for the man is that the woman can dump him anytime. Whoever holds the cash will be in control of the relationship. You can't control somebody who is dishing out to you. She's going to control you. So it depends on what you want. You know, at the end of the day, my piece of advice would be to struggle, to learn, to become responsible and independent. Okay, nobody said life was going to be easy, but then nothing really in this life comes easy. Nothing good or nothing worth it comes easy, does it? All right, so that's all I have for today. I thank you all so much for following me on this journey. I thank you, my viewers, for watching and for commenting and liking my videos. I really
Reflo sanitary pads designed with comfort in mind.
They call them sons by the day and have sex with them at night. Asemsebe is our priority. And you know, this week, oh my goodness, I want us to talk about something that is sweet. You know what sugar is. When we mention sugar, it's that whitish or brownish substance that we add to our beverages to get the sweetness and the taste out of it. I don't like much of it. However, there is another sugar that we all love, including myself. Yes, that sugar is money. L'argent, kudi. And in our community and all over, women who have it in abundance and they are with authority, they are affluent and they are influential, but decides to date a younger lover. And they lavish their money on them in exchange for sexual pleasures or sometimes companionship, are really known as sugar mummies. I know you've heard that word before. Why don't we discuss the subject matter? Sugar mummies in Africa. Hey, Mother Africa. You know, when you take your phone these days, I mean, you just type in sugar mommy, you will see sites coming up, like people want to hook you up, hookers are all over. You know, when it comes to the subject matter of love, dating, yeah, I know, it's a bit, you know, dicey. We don't decide for people who they should love, date, or get married to. However, this aspect of dating is global, it's done. But when it comes to the African community, there are some perspectives to it. One, the African culture is against this sugar mommy type of dating, where an elderly woman dates a younger person who could be at the age of her son or her daughter, whosoever be, any child. The African culture is strictly against it. Our norms, our structures, our heritage, our values, what makes us, does not support it. And the other thing is that in Africa, mothers should be mothers. Oh, goodness me. This is because mothers are known to be nurturing, loving, and they give their all, the sacrifice, without expecting anything in return. So why then do we have to have a community where there is an exchange? When mothers refuse to be mothers and they are taking positions of others, it becomes a problem in our community. I also thought about it personally, and I think that this type of dating can lead to the disrespect of the woman. Because the woman here is affluent, she has the power, she has the money, and dating a younger person or a lover, sometimes they can speak to you anyhow when you don't meet their needs. Sometimes they can act rudely or arrogantly against you. And then when rumors also appears in the society, people will begin saying things about you that will tell the best. How long will this sustain? How long will this solve the issues of having sugar mummies? That's the question we need to ask as young people also. And the last thing is that it promotes inappropriate dating in our community. Seriously. Because you remembered we talked about sugar daddies. And so if we really have to be talking about sugar mummies, this intergenerational kind of dating, the question is what happened next? Who dates who? Is it the best of things? Do we really like it? What does it impact on our society and as people? How do we sustain our community? We have to look at all that. And so for me, I feel we have to really look at this type of dating, because whatever action and desires we take as people, the impact is on the people in the community and not just about ourselves. So, if you love this subject matter or you have something interesting you would like to share on this subject matter, I cannot wait to hear from you. Please just keep typing it in the comment section. I'll get interactive with you. And of course, if you've not joined this family, can't you see how beautiful we are looking? Please click the subscription button. And if you like the subject matter, click on the like button. Let's grow. Remember, this video was brought to you by Reflo's TV and Reflo's sanitary pads. The authentic, comfort, hygienic, I don't even know how to describe it, best sanitary towel for every maidens of our land in our kingdom. I will always be your Royal Highness, Mama Gan, Reflo's womanist. Until I come your way again, it's Ubuntu, Ubuntu, Ubuntu. I am because we are.
I believe every girl deserves the chance to dream, to learn and to thrive, no matter where they come from. My name is Rebecca Osan, and I'm the CEO of Reflo Company Limited. And I've dedicated my life to empowering young women and creating opportunities for them to succeed. Through Reflo Company Limited, we've been able to donate to thousands of girls in deprived communities. These donations go beyond providing basic necessities. They keep these girls in school, where they belong, and give them the confidence to focus on their education. Education is the foundation for change, and I've had the privilege of sharing this message across universities in Ghana. From the University of Ghana to Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, University of Cape Coast, University of Media, Arts and Communication, and many others. I've spoken to thousands of young minds about embracing their uniqueness and rising above challenges. My passion for empowering women stems from a deep belief that every young girl has the potential to achieve greatness when given the right support and encouragement. My journey is dedicated to building that support system and making a difference in their lives. This is more than a mission for me. It's a calling. Together, we can create a world where every girl feels valued, supported, and ready to take on the future. I am Rebecca Osan, and I'm here to empower dreams, transform lives, and build a future where every young woman has the chance to shine.
Are you having problems sleeping?
Do you suffer from anxiety and stress?
Whether you need to meditate or simply fall asleep,
Tune in to Reflo's TV on YouTube for 8 hours every night for peaceful, uninterrupted sounds and melodies that will calm your nerves.
let us take you to a tranquil place of peace at Reflo's TV every single night.
Reflo's TV.
Inspire your life, elevate your mind.
Ladies, please clap for yourself just for being good women. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just want to start by saying that when I started this company, I went to manufacture these products, and they told me that it's for Africa, so we can make anything for us. And I think that set me off on this journey to make sure that every product that came out of Reflo Company Limited under the Reflo's brand was of the absolute best quality. Because I believe that as Africans, we too deserve the best. And as Africans, somehow they have created this perception of us that we don't deserve good things. And I've even been told by fellow Ghanaians that, oh, Ghana, they don't care about the quality. They only care about the price. Who doesn't care about quality in this room? Does everyone here care about quality? At that time of the month, as a woman, when you're going to school, when you're going to work, Is it not enough how you feel already at that time of the month? Is it not enough the cramps, the feeling uncomfortable, the smells, all those things that only we know as women? So at least I made it my mission that whatever product I'm going to make for menstruation is going to be the best. And any of you who've used these products, I'm sure you'll testify that it is comfortable, it is soft, it has no peculiar smells, and it makes you feel good. At least if that part is taken care of, then you can take care of your life and focus on the things that are important. Recently, I was awarded Menstrual Health Advocate of the Year. And even though I started out this mission with my own agenda, that has pushed me to even take this on even more, to make sure that the women of Africa are getting the best quality products, especially at that time of the month. Now, I would say that the reason I'm passionate about this cause, apart from being a woman myself, is the experiences I've had with other women, including my own mother. She used to tell me the stories about the Ntomagu and all those things years and years and years ago. And it's shocking to me when we partnered with the Florence Mesa Foundation. The Florence Mesa Foundation's prime concern are African women and the young girl African child. So we partnered with them to give 1,000 girls sanitary pads for the whole entire year. And we are still on it and doing that. And it was shocking to me when we met these young girls, these schoolgirls, that they were still using this Ntomagu in 2024. How is this possible in a country that is thriving, things are developing, moving forward, and the women are somehow left behind for the basic need of what we need at that time of the month? And some of these girls are out there having to sleep with guys for a simple sanitary pad. Can you imagine even the trauma that the girl has to go through something like that, just for a basic thing of a sanitary pad? Something that you need at the time of the month that is not voluntary, it's not a luxury. It has been classed as a luxury product. Sanitary pads are not a luxury product. It's even a toothbrush is less of a necessity than a sanitary pad to me, as a woman. Would you not agree? Thank you. So to tax sanitary pads as a luxury product already is in the wrong classification. It has been classified incorrectly. It is a necessity for every woman. That is over half the population of this country. Why are we not being prioritized for the most basic thing of having a sanitary pad at that time of the month? We are the nation's mothers. We raise these men. We raise this nation. We deserve to have that honor, at least at that time of the month. We deserve it. And having a young girl having to take 25 cities to go and buy a sanitary pad is unbelievable. In my happy, perfect world, I would hope that a sanitary pad would be no more than 3 to 5 cities at all times, anywhere, anytime, 10 years' time, anytime, because it should even be free if it is possible. But at least if we are able to take these taxes off, we can make a difference in these poor girls' lives. This is Accra, and even in Accra, there are women who are struggling to buy a sanitary pad. So can you imagine the villages outside Accra? It's shocking. And if you think, even apart from that, having a sanitary pad that is not of good quality, now you're just adding to the problem. Imagine the infections that you get, the itches, the smells. How do you feel about yourself at that time of the month? At least if that is taken care of, those 5 to 7 days. Imagine that some girls have to stay home because they cannot buy a sanitary pad and they're going to school. Imagine the next 20 years' time, there's a female president amongst us, and she's missing school for 1 week a month. How is that going to happen? How are we going to empower these girls to push themselves in school to compete with the boys, to also have an equal playing field in the world that is out there? Missing that many weeks of school just because of something that nature has called upon you to give birth doesn't make any sense. So all I would say is that I would like everybody to do what they can. If you hear about somebody promoting a change with this situation about the taxes on sanitary pads, join in. Do what you can. Go to foundations. Go anything you can do, because we all have to have our voices heard. Because clearly the noise we are making is not enough. I'm doing my best, and I'm praying that all of you will do the same thing too. But I pray that all I hope is that we can get to a point where we're in a Ghana and an Africa where this basic thing should be a thing of the past. Women cannot afford to buy sanitary pads. Period poverty has to end. So I've brought you some Reflo sanitary pads here today for everyone here. So I want you to try them. And you have your day, you have your night, you have 6 pads for day, 6 pads for night. You have 3 free panty liners, and I've even put a wipe. Okay, so I want you to all try this pad, tell your friends about it. And let me tell you, even if you go to a supermarket, the most expensive supermarket, you shouldn't have to pay more than 15 cedis for the sanitary pad. I've taken it upon myself and my company to keep the price as low as possible. So for this product, I will always do my best to keep it affordable as we can. And we'll try our best as well. If we can get as more support as we can with the Florence Mercy Foundation, we will endeavor to do 2,000 girls, 3,000 girls, 100,000 girls, as many as we can. So you are the mothers of our nation. You are strong, amazing women, and we need to rise in this country and show them our potential. And it can start with just something as small as this. Thank you.
Anegwa modhia koragwa mwaki Aniachere tati ako hike Anyana musiedia kora kara Nakera kara weda kaga
Whether you need to meditate or simply fall asleep,
Tune in to Reflo's TV on YouTube for 8 hours every night for peaceful, uninterrupted sounds and melodies that will calm your nerves.
let us take you to a tranquil place of peace at Reflo's TV every single night.
Reflo's TV.
Inspire your life, elevate your mind.
you.